Good evening, respected everyone and dear all honorable guests, including the chief guest, chairperson, additional chairpersons, co-chairperson, and keynote speakers from all over the country, team Inspira Research Association, team Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, and majority of learned participants from all over the country and abroad who have joined the program. I heartily welcome you all. I welcome you all for the second day's session of International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements, and Challenges in Global Economy, Commerce, and Management Technology and Digital World, being organized on February 25th and 26th, 2022. We have all enriched on inaugural day of the International Multidisciplinary Conference, and we have listened to Professor Dr. Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor of University of Kota, Professor S.S. Modi, Dr. Shalini Saiwal, Professor Dean Pasture, Professor Beatrice Bizzetto, Professor Anil Mehta sir, Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Dr. Irkol Bairam, and number of participants from all over the country and abroad. On behalf of Inspira Research Association and Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, I heartily welcome our today's chief guest and chairperson, Honorable Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain, Head Department of Commerce and Chairman BOS, Dr. H.S. Gaur, Central University, Sagar, MP. Sir has published more than 20 articles in reputed international and national journals, 11 books on subject related to business and commerce, marketing and finance, and various papers in conference proceeding, etc. Professor Jain is gold medalist in his PG exam from University of Sagar. He has received Best Research Paper Award from Indian Accounting Association in 2017. He has guided number of doctoral theses on the subject related to commerce, marketing, and finance. He has been external expert for RDC in Barkatullah University, Bhopal. It is our pleasure to have Professor J.K. Jain sir with us today as a chief guest and chairperson of today's session. We heartily welcome you, sir, on behalf of Inspira and Maharishi Arvind Institute of Management and Science. Welcome you, sir. And now I would like to invite you, sir, for chairperson's and chief guest speech. Please unmute, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Modi ji. You have taken pains to conduct this important event, and continuously you are working to give an opportunity to the researchers through this Inspira Research Foundation, Research Association. Good afternoon, everybody, the academicians and fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, that includes Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, and Inspira Research Association, Jaipur. I welcome Professor Jagannath Patnaik, who is not present because of his busy schedule today or due to the other reason, not having in connectivity. Of IC5 University, Sikkim, additional chairperson, Dr. Chai Ching Tan, Professor Mamta Jain, Chairman Board of Studies, Department of EAFM, Rajasthan University, Jaipur, Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association and co-chairperson, also keynote speaker. She belongs to Bhavan's College of Communication and Management, Jaipur. Keynote speaker, Dr. Jitesh Kumar, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Event Center for Research and Innovation Tourism, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Another keynote speaker, Dr. Edla Bankita Rao, Professor of Tourism Studies, School of Management, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. At this occasion, I also greet Professor S.S. Modi, the past president of IA, former head Department of Accounting, and energetic personality, taking care of the academics of the not only of the country but also on the international platform. He has taken lots of pain, and Dr. Ravi Modi is also getting his continuous involvement in academic activities and exploring opportunity for the researchers at large for the cause of the society. He also takes pains for making publication of the papers and also set awards for the academicians, best paper academicians, those present in these 2 days conferences. I'm very much pleased to be here today, having an opportunity to establish a dialogue on innovation, achievement, and challenges, particularly in global economy. That's a tough task for me, being the chief guest and the chairperson's responsibility this time. However, it's very important issue taken by the Inspira Research Association. The topic is burning. However, number of issues are left to discuss. Few issues I would like to take here only. I thought there is a lot of literature available on the technological front, but there are lesser literature is available on the front of the food technology or the saving of the foods for the pupil. Initially, I thought that should I start from the technology or from the ground level issues that are covering the inventions and further the innovations. So I wanted to start the important point, that is a normal statement. The necessity is the mother of invention. Once you talk about the necessity, so you say that is the mother of invention. But contrarily, you see, when the new things are coming to you without your necessity, means the invention creating necessity of the pupil. So people are involved in inventions, and inventions. Now, this is an important issue this time because the innovation is a part of our dialogues of the day. So see, there are two words now. One is the invention and another is the invention. When you talk about the invention, this refers to the new product or the creation of the brand. When we talk about the invention, innovation, that means something to add to the invented item or invented issue. So what you are now adding to the invention is now considered as innovation. Now, what innovation means, I consider this as an essential driver for economic progress. Every time we think the way to get the more output,
सर प्लीज अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर, म्यूट हो गए हैं आप गलती से. जितेंद्र सर प्लीज अनम्यूट कर लीजिए. Yes sir, now it's
fine. So this is an important issue I found. When we talk about the what contribution innovation made to the existing situation of the growth, so that contribution we record in number of ways. Normally, the higher productivity, when we consider that is really the innovation in number of dimensions, number of issues, number of uh, available resources. So that leads to ultimately the higher production, and higher production leads to the growth of the country. The productivity when rises, more goods and services are produced. In other words, we can say the economy grows. This is an important aspect that you have chosen for the day to discuss. Now, what aspect, what area we should discuss here for the researchers? Those are coming in the field to find something new as an item that is looking for the future. I consider the important is there are three important needs of an individual that ultimately refines to the luxuries. One is roti, kapda, and makan. There are three interconnected. So I have gone through the aspect of the availability of food on the platform, international platform. Availability of food is insufficient, it is told. And I have focused that the innovation on enough availability of food must be the part of the study or the research.
Sir, please unmute, sir, please. Sir. Again, you are muted, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's okay.
So, there are almost 811 million people who are unnourished in the globe in 2020. And in 1 year, 2009 to 2020, 118 added to it. Means there is a shortage of the requirement, as per the requirement of the food. There is an acute shortage. Why we are not able to fulfill the need of the people for food? Now we consider the efforts of innovation required, bring them away from the starvation. The people have to focus it. 2 billion people are suffering from micronutrition deficiencies, and 2 billion people are overweight. These two aspects force us, they focus to the researcher to consider the innovations on these points to fulfill the individual's need to keep them out from the starvation. Not only the malnutrition is the result of food insufficiency, we can say. So when we consider food as a component of global health for innovation, it is not just a matter of quantity. It is not a matter of quantity because among the knock-on effect of pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase of work hunger or the hunger on the international level. The UN has noted a dramatic increase in the world hunger because the data available, the state of food security and nutrition in the world, the UN has noted a dramatic increase. The report published in July 2021 by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Food Program, the World Health Organization, and other agencies said that food insecurity is being driven for the climate change, conflict, and economic recession. Now, very importantly, if the world were to continue on the current track, the sustainable development goal of ending hunger by 2030 will be missed by a margin of nearly 660 million people. It's a question of research. It's a question of innovation. The reorganization of urgency of the hunger crisis, a report says that the convened UN Food System Summit, they have convened, and the result is that about the challenges of the food insecurity on the global platform. The problem is what? The problem is with the way we are currently producing and consuming food. Very focused, a point of focus. What's the point of focus is producing and consumption. Traditionally, discussion of food producers or the production of food and consumption of food looked at a specific part of the process that is divided in two parts. One, I think, is one is the agriculture. So we produce the consumables, and the other is diet. The important issue of these two has to be taken care in the conferences to save our country, to save the world from the starvation. Another issue is the pressure of food system place on the environment. Food system are responsible for 70% of the water extracted from the nature, cause 60% of the biodiversity loss of the biodiversity, and generate up to a third of human greenhouse gas emission. So practically nature-based solutions are entirely within our control, but require radical transformation change through some of the innovations that can take place in future, and we can save ourselves from the hunger and the starvation. The world already produces enough food to feed everyone. It is not told, it is never told that the production is lesser. But a recent UNEP report found over 17% of food is wasted. It is wasted. So now the production and waste of the food, there are two aspects to consider for to find out certain solutions, and that we can. It is told that 811 million people are hunger. And every year, importantly told that it is a research output that if we consider the waste management system properly, we can manage 10% hunger, and the 10% people may be supplied this sufficient food. So by managing only waste of the food, the 10% population of the world can be away from the hunger. So we should work on this importantly, significantly. Now, waste management system should be developed. And one important thing is told that from the lower income group to the higher income group, the waste percentage is equal. This is very important. How you consider, because once you earn more, you spend on rather more nutrition, but this waste you never control. So it is not controlled from the lower income group to the higher income group. UNEP found that the global average of 74 per capita of food wasted each year is similar from lower middle income to high income countries, which means that most countries have room to improve. Now, the second point are either or the agricultural part and the diet part is dietary habits represents another innovation area over the past 50 years. Diets have become increasingly homogeneous, dominated by crops that are rich in energy, but considered poor in malnutrition or macronutrients. So thousands of plants and animals used for food. In the past, less than 200 currently contribute to the global food supplies, and just 9 crops account for almost 70% of all crop productions. So I found that this is an important issue, rather considering the technological frontiers, which everyone used to discuss, have a talk on the issue, and always consider that very important, because the connectivity, the people, living of the people of these days is very important through the current technology or different frontier technologies involved. Further to state that the technology part has been studied too much in the academics, but the part of the survival of an individual, it is lesser touched by the academicians. That to be considered significantly. So I have taken that also, that part, the technological part, but that is, I think, the number of papers, 32 papers are to be presented by the participants, by the researchers. So issue has been touching by them, that will be assessed by the people, by the academicians, by the guest experts. Another important issue that is very important, that is the employment. The employment, it is normally considered then that when the new technologies are coming to us, then definitely the employment part is decreasing, because number of people getting employment in the physical mode, they are when involved in technologies, the lesser of employment, the opportunities are reducing. So considering 4 aspects, I prefer to communicate in brief. It's very important to catching the waves of frontier technologies. It is forging ahead the digital frontier. Also the humans and machines at work and innovations for the equity. And without the assessment of future preparation, the entire growth cannot survive. for the growth, survival of the growth, your preparation for the future is very important. So human development at one hand can be considered by two important aspects. One is the availability of the sufficiency of the food, sufficient food, and the other is the reasonable employment to every individual. So definitely in a later period of time, the survival of the economy will be viewed. When we talk about these different issues on this part, we must have a performance session of the strategies on these issues. So far as the global economy is considered, that is undergoing the transformation that has never been seen before. Very fast transformation we are looking for. The global economic governance or the governing dynamics have shifted very fastly and dramatically during the previous few decades. It's very easy to say that the 1991 is a benchmark year when the globalization was initiated, and we are now see that everything is invisible, that there is no boundaries of visible boundaries, and we are reaching to China just sitting in a chair at home. So innovations are considered a tool of economic development, no doubt. Yesterday, Anukriti took an issue really that was very important. She talked to the innovations in the tourism sector. And today I took in the agriculture sector and the dietary sector. I think with these three aspects, the today's session will be successful. The participants will make their contribution to the meaning, and Professor Dr. Ravi Modi ji will look into the interest of the researchers, and researcher probably will select certain topics, create some models for the dietary system, for the food sufficiency system, for the world economy. Hopefully, I have served my purpose to be the chief guest and the chairperson, both, because at one point I have to think of from the down straight to the development. So thank you very much. I'm seeing that Professor Mehta Sahab, he has also joined. Namaskar to him. And thank you everybody. I'm really thankful to the organizers for inviting me to join this important event. I think Professor Mamta ji will deliver more on the issue and will be benefited, that the contents will be benefited to the researcher, to the academician, to rethink on the what we are looking for only, just behind, also behind the scene, what is happening and how can we survive, the entire world can survive. Thank you very much to each and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain, sir, Head Department of Commerce and Chairman BOS, Dr. H.S. God Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Sir, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest as well as the chairperson of today's session. We are really honored and thrilled to have you here. Sir, your personality is respectable, encouraging, and empowered. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time for us. आपके लिए एक कविता याद आती है कि ज्ञान एक दिव्य शक्ति है जो बल को हरा सकती है। ज्ञान एक दिव्य शक्ति है जो बल को हरा सकती है। आप जैसे ज्ञानी व बुद्धिजीवी हमारे यहाँ पधारे, इसके लिए हम आपका हाथ जोड़कर आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। हम आपके ऋणी हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ग्रेसिंग आवर सेशन सर। थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन।
So,
Thank you.
Will you take up the present? Yes, please.
Thank you so much once again, Professor J.K. Jain sir, for your very informative and knowledgeable speech, sir, and for sparing your valuable time for this academic activity. Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to welcome the additional chairperson of today's technical session, Dr. Chai Ching Tan, School of Management, Ratnakosin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, Rajamangala University of Technology, Ratnakosin, Thailand. Dr. Tan is a registered engineer with Institute of Engineer Australia and ISO 9001 lead auditor. Dr. Tan's original engineering training was with the University of Wisconsin, USA, under US Naval Research Project Scholarship, focusing on submarine propulsion system and combustion research. Dr. Tan has more than 270 peer-reviewed papers in journals, conferences, and symposiums, winning, for instance, Emerald Best Paper Award. Dr. Tan has delivered many keynotes to many universities in different countries. He has supervised more than 100 postgraduate theses and served as external examiner to PhD thesis. Professor Tan has publications in Scopus Q1 to Q4, Web of Science, Thai Tier 1, etc. Dr. Tan is editorial chief to Journal of Social Science and Humanities and Thailand-based International Journal of Multidisciplinary in Management and Tourism. It is our pleasure to have Professor Chai Ching Tan with us in this mega event. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of Inspira Research Association and Maharishi ARVIND College. And now I would like to invite you for delivering additional chairperson's address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Smoti, and everyone. And we have just heard from Professors J.K. Chen that innovation is very, very important, and I'm honored, and we are honored, all of us, to attend a very important conference sessions that has the theme innovations, achievements, and challenges on technology, digital world, and social sciences. Just very short, so that we can get into the discussions of the presenters today. Innovation is indeed very, very important. This couple of days, I was invited by the public listed companies to help look into the innovative use of management ideas, and in a way that can help the nation brings competitive advantages to agricultural products and logistics. So innovation, it's indeed very, very important. It is not only in new product and services. It really starts with ideas. It starts with ideas, and ideas are every way. Management's ideas is one of them, because management with the innovation, it allows us to motivate people and encourages so many people who are at stakes with what we do. And so that each of us in the stakeholders can further create new ideas and multiply. So it is ideas multiplication on each other's. So it is a very, very important subject that we are very thankful to having this conference on innovation. And innovation achievement, definitely with the innovations, it comes to achievement and the direction. Today we have as a additional co-chairs, we have on hand about 40 plus papers. So, and these 40 plus papers, I would say there are a couple of dominant categories that we are expecting today. One of them would be on the human resources. Another ones would be educations, and another ones would be on marketing and all these consumer issues. Society plays a very dominant discussion today, which, for instance, we are talking about social security, urbanization, again, innovations and contribution to the societies, like Professors Jen has just mentioned. Cashless economic is also a platforms where I think the next innovations will come about. Social economic empowerment of selfless self-help groups. Again, innovation, we always need to gradually target on relevant stakeholders and self-help groups, and especially the women's in India are also very interesting topic. And always in every conferences we find the empowerment of India. So I think it is very important that we not only empower the women, but I think we also need to bring about innovative measures and innovative ideas of how we can allow the women to, for instance, in communications, for instance, in exchanges of ideas, for instance, in idea generations and funding. All these can be innovative in the sense e-trading and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of discussion today. We are anticipating in the society, in the social area. We have also finance area, of course, and regularly we are seeing the financial security issues and forensic accounting, and even into in human resources. We have also some issue in human resource accounting. And also, lastly, we have science area, and in science are very important. I think with science-based innovation has a firm foundation. For instance, when we are talking about leveraging an agricultural products of a nation, we may have to resort to science in helping us to leverage that competitive advantages. For instance, I was a few days ago, I was also discussing with one of the top 500, the halal experts in the world, which could be top one in this part of the world, which is in Southeast Asia. And he was sharing with me that science is very important. If we use the regions to help understand and halal halal concepts and apply that would be very difficult. But if we use the science and technologies to drive the significant values of halal, or that would provide, it would transcend and lead to mass acceptance in the industry. So that is the things that innovation has to do, and we are very grateful to see a lot of papers discussing today innovation and innovative ideas. Certain ideas do not need to be already on the market, but it is already seeing an innovative ideas sprouting out from all the papers. And so we are very grateful to all the presenters, and once again wish all of us a very fruitful gathering today. So anticipating all the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Chai Ching Tan, sir from Thailand. Sir doesn't look like a stranger to us now, because sir has become such a significant part of our association. He's so supportive that whenever he is invited, he not only comes for his own speech, but he takes out time and sits for the whole session, and he takes so much of interest in Indian researchers and he guides them. We are really thankful, sir. We pay our hearty gratitude towards you for sparing your valuable time for Inspira Research Association activities always. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Tan, once again for sparing your valuable times for our activities always. Thank you so much, Professor Chaching Tan. And now I would like to welcome our additional chairperson of today's technical session, Professor Mamta Jain, Professor and Convener, Board of Studies, Department of Economic Administration and Financial Management, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Professor Mamta ma'am has research projects includes corporate social responsibility in Indian banking sector, a study of customer preferences of banking products 2012, microfinance as a tool for corporate social responsibility in banking sector 2012, and currently ongoing project a study of FDI as determinants for transforming and enhancing quality of Indian higher education systems from 2016. Her area of specialization is banking. She have authored books Insurance HRD Practices 2007, Monetary Policy of India in 2009, Monetary Economic in 2009, International Banking in 2010, Banking Management and Administration in 2010, Indian Banking System in 2010, and Transport Economic in 2011. She was awarded Research Award by the UGC also, and she is a member of All India Commerce Association, All India Indian Accounting Association, and Rajasthan University Women's Association. She has been holding many administrative positions in University of Rajasthan as Chief Warden, Rajasthan University Women of Women Hostels, Vice Principal, University Commerce College, Jaipur, etc. It is our honor, it is our privilege to have Professor Mamta Jain with us today. And now I would like to invite Professor Mamta Jain for delivering additional chairperson's address. Welcome, ma'am.
I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Okay, thanks, Ravi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening to all. Honorable Chairperson, Professor Jitendra Kumar Jain. Additional Chairperson, Dr. Che Ching Tan. Co-Chairperson, Dr. Aarti Chopra. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Jitesh Kumar and Dr. Yadala Venkata Rao and Professor Anil Mehta sir, distinguished guests and fellow participants from all over the country and abroad. First of all, I would like to give the thanks to Professor Modi sir, President IRA, and the General Secretary Dr. Ravi Modi, and the team of Maharishi ARVIND Institute of Science and Management for organizing such a wonderful conference and giving me an opportunity to present my views on such a relevant theme. As my topic is digital transformation, challenges and suggestions, how to overcome them. So digital transformation have advanced more rapidly than any innovation in our country. As like 50% of the developing world's population in only 2 decades have reached for digital transformation by enhancing connectivity, by financial inclusion, access to trade and public services. So technology can be a great equalizer. But it's a health sector, as like we noticed and observed that artificial intelligence enabled frontier technologies are helping to save lives, diagnose diseases, and extend life expectancy. Whether we take the education sector Virtual learning environments and distance learning have opened up programs to students who would otherwise be excluded. Public services are also becoming more accessible and accountable through blockchain-powered system and a less bureaucratical burdensome as a result of artificial intelligence assistance. Big data can also support more responsive way for their accurate policies and programs. So digital transformation is a priority to all top business leaders, but technology can also threaten privacy, erode security, and fuel inequality. So I will discuss these digital transformation challenges and also look at what companies can do to navigate the obstacles. But before we dive in, let's look at what digital transformation actually means and how the pandemic has impacted digital adoption. So digital transformation, as we talked, that is a journey that organizations take to rethink their business models and deliberately incorporate modern digital technologies that may alter their business processes, culture, and the overall customer experience they deliver. Businesses usually embark on a digital transformation journey to innovate and improve operational efficiency, giving themselves a competitive advantage. Organizations also have been forced to digitally adopt due to rapidly evolving customer expectation and need. And in COVID-19, if we observe that, COVID-19 situation have also given a lot of such kind of experience. Lockdown and varying government regulation pushed many traditional and modern companies to rapidly innovate and find newer digital operating models. So, but on the flip side, as we notice, businesses didn't have the time to map a clear strategy for their transformation. Executives were left unprepared for the challenges brought in by the digital adoption. Along the way, companies didn't think through the implication on supply chain processes, data management, and security, which added complexity to the digital transformation process. So let's look at each of these challenges to innovate, along with a few suggestions to overcome. The first challenge is charting a detailed transformation strategy. As like clear vision should be there, well-defined goals, attainable targets for essential and successful digital transformations are the need of the hour. So successful transformation start with a clear definition of the problem statement and a clear roadmap to what we want to achieve in phase of the transformation. So we need to articulate the problem statement and the vision clearly. And tips to how to overcome the challenge. First of all, allocate time and resources to analyze customer needs, technology trends, and define the problem statement before looking at the possible solution. Split the process into stages or phases, each with clear goals and measurable targets. Identify the skills and shareholder responsible for heading and executing the different phases of business transformation. And periodically review and twist your digital transformation strategy to meet your long-term goals. And the second challenge which we are facing in a digital transformation, that is navigating employees' pushback and solving for specialized skills. As we see that major barriers to digital transformation for most companies is employee adoption and its impact on their culture and organizational structure. We can't accomplish the goal without the support of the entire organization and at least a majority of them. Many of the employees may feel threatened about their job security by the changes affecting morale or productivity. Plus, there is a significant skill gap also in completing the type of change that most digital businesses needs. Data-driven business analysts, capable cloud architects, IT program managers, and the cyber securities roles are difficult to fill. So how to overcome these challenges? Second challenge, in my opinion, that assemble a capable leadership team. Clearly communicate the expectations, role, and responsibility of the employees and their part in the overall transformation vision, and get updated them, align the team in achieving the goals of your digital initiatives. Address the fear and threat of replaceability faced by employees. Give the employees the confidence that they will have new, easily adaptable roles even after digital adoption. And the third challenge, which is very much faced, that is being flexible and adapting to evolving customer needs. As we live in an experience economy, more than ever, customers value how they experience brands above everything else. Crafting delightful digital experiences lies in anticipating customer needs and transforming the customer journey. The COVID-19 crisis has altered how consumers engage with brands. Customers expect better personalization, better attention, faster responses from businesses, and are willing to interact with companies to multiple channels. With such rising expectation and the needs, fast changing customer needs, brands can't stay satisfied with one huge digital overhaul. The mindset of viewing digital transformation as a one-time project rather than an ongoing process proves to be a challenge to organization. After digital adoption, businesses must be agile in assessing how they can further seize digital opportunities to achieve delight across all customer touch points. How to overcome? In my opinion, ask for feedback from your customer and employees on how you are progressing in your digital transformation initiative. Ensure to align your strategy and goals as per the feedback you receive. Don't hesitate to bring in more digital channels and messaging platforms that cater to evolving customer needs of receiving instant responses from brands. And as digital channels and number of online interaction increase, strive to give an omni-channels experience that's on par with evolving customer expectation of having frictionless customer journey. And the fourth challenge, leveraging available data and utilizing analytical capabilities. The role of data in any digital transformation is highly significant. Data helps you make informed decisions while formulating your transformation strategy and understanding customer preferences. Through customer data is available on many systems within organization, businesses are not entirely confident of their data uses. Only 24% of the organization think that organization is data driven. And valuable customer insight that can aid in critical decision making reside in silos within CRM, ERP payment, support tools, and the brand finds challenging to break down. So how to overcome these challenges? First one, adopting artificial intelligence and the machine learning capabilities help businesses crunch data in real time and personalize conversation with customer. And second one, break down data silos by integrating information across different departments to gain a holistic view of your customer. Hire people with sharp data analytic skills to help put your data to proper use. Formulating the right question enables you to find the correct answer from data. That can be the solution. Challenge 5, we can say, moving away from lagging legacy business models and systems. Every business relies on products or services developed with principles and processes, and that have enabled it to survive to date. But sometimes legacy can be more of a burden than asset. Traditional operating models and legacy systems incur high maintenance cost and are seen as a barriers to digital transformation, as they are also difficult to adopt to shifting customer demands. So legacy infrastructure has a lot of capital deployed into them, and in paying down the capital investment in the form of depreciation. So this problem doesn't exist for the cloud native platforms and the companies. Companies can pull back and invest based on market condition and the availability of budgets. So overcome that, how to overcome this challenge? So in my opinion, as I have given here, to push to move from legacy model should come from the leadership team. Executive team needs to prioritize customer focus and align their team to move nimbly. Motivate employees to take on innovative projects, encourage them to explore new technology that contribute to revenue growth. Adopt cloud-based technology which are more cost-effective, scalable than legacy platform. And with cloud-native companies, there is an increased agility. Cloud-native platforms such as Freshworks suite of products enable traditional environment to move in a phased manner to the desired states. Start with pilot project, like small project, small scale workflow, automation, new collaboration tools for one department that shows the success of new digital opportunities before rolling out an elaborate plan for massive digital adoption. And the challenge, which is, I think, in my opinion, is a very big challenge nowadays, understanding and assessing cyber security risk. The looming threats over data security and privacy might pose a challenge for companies looking to take on digital transformation. Their fears are valid, as cyber crimes cost businesses a lot, and a rise in cyber threats is observed with the acceleration in digital transformation after the pandemic. So data breaches and malware attacks have become more common nowadays as business embrace digital processes. And that's why close to 94% of the companies are keen on keeping their digital transformation initiatives secure in the post-pandemic era. Yet, IT leaders and top-level executives are not happy with their current risk governance and cybersecurity measures. The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, and only a culture of security and the secure design practices can help defend any organization. How to overcome these challenges? Yeah, challenge we can say. Conduct regular employees training on the dangers of cyber threats and their role in avoiding the security risk. Carry out periodic risk assessments and review of security incidents. Response plans. Use customer data responsibly and comply with security standards while migrating to cloud computing. So despite these challenges faced in steering digital adoption, the reward of enriched customer experiences, streamlined internal processes are immense for the organization. We can't definitely go wrong when we put customer delight at the center of all our digital initiatives. When we align our organization with pursuing customer delight at all times. So overcoming these digital transformation challenges will be the much easier if we are just pursuing customer delights at all times. Cloud native technology and tools like Freshdesk and the Freshworks suite of products are built to help us ease our digital transformation journey and get an in-depth look at the functioning and specificity of a cloud-based ticketing software here, and equip our team with the right digital tools and start crafting delightful experiences for our customer. So I think that digital challenges are there. If we are just going for the digital transformation, then these challenges very easily can be the overcome. So in my opinion, that we can't stop the digital transformation. We have to be with the digital transformation, but in which way we have to face these challenges. But there are just some suggestions, and there is just some, like we can say, how to overcome these. So thanks for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mamta Jain, ma'am, Professor and Convener BOS EFM Department of EFM University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Ma'am has been very kind, and ma'am, the topic you have chosen about digital transformation, you are the true example of that topic, because 2 years back, when we never took classes on any online platform, you only initiated MS Teams for us to teach Commerce College students, and you were very kind and very supportive for all the teachers there. So, ma'am, thank you so much for giving such a wonderful presentation on such a significant topic. And about Professor Mamta Jain, I wish to tell that I have always seen her working with everlasting smile on her face and so much of patience. She has so many administrative duties to perform along with the academic and teaching work, but all the time she has patience in her body language and a smile on her face. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful session.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mamta ma'am, for delivering excellent speech, ma'am. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time for us, ma'am. Thank you so much once again. And now I'm very happy and delighted to welcome and invite Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association, and Principal, Bhavan's College of Communication and Management, Jaipur, for delivering co-chairpersons and keynote speech. I want to tell you something about Dr. Aarti ma'am before she starts speech. Dr. Aarti Chopra is an educationist, corporate trainer, and academic consultant. She has been awarded her doctorate in corporate social responsibility under the Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. She has a vast teaching experience of working with prestigious institutes like St. Xavier's College, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, and IIS. Her key areas are business administration, leadership, personality development, time and stress management, etc. She has been the student union president of the biggest private college of Rajasthan, Kanodia PG College. She is the recipient of Best NSS Volunteer Award at national level. She has inclination for dance, public speaking, and creative writing. She is an author of 3 books and presented enormous papers in national and international conferences. She has received prestigious awards like Education Icon Award, Women of Substance Award, and Best in Management Practices Award by various renowned agencies. And currently, she is working as a principal at Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan College of Communication and Management, Jaipur. It is our pleasure to always have you with us, ma'am.
Thank you so
today
much.
We got chance to listen your speech also. So we welcome you on behalf of Inspira and Maharishi Arvind College. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi sir, for such a great introduction. I am so humbled. I am a very, I feel very small in front of such great dignitaries, such eminent personalities on this platform. Professor S.S. Modi sir, Professor Anil Mehta sir, my teachers, Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain sir, Dr. Chai Ching Tan from Thailand, Professor Dr. Mamta Jain ma'am, Dr. Jitesh Kumar, Dr. Venkata Rao, who are the co-keynote speakers today, and all the participants who have joined us from all over the nation. Thank you so much for providing me an opportunity to be a part of this great platform where so many eminent speakers are there. I wish to thank Inspira Research Association for always having trust in me. And these kind of conferences are actually very useful for not only for the researchers, but also for the academicians also, because, you know, we keep knowing that what is actually going on in the other fields, because most of the times Inspira organizes the conferences which are multidisciplinary. So suppose I am from commerce and management, I also get to know from Dr. Chai Ching Tan that what is going on in engineering field, or, you know, something new we get to know about humanities. So many eminent scholars from humanities come to speak. So there are so many things which Inspira is doing, and I wish all the best to Modi sir and the whole team of Inspira. And I wish that we keep on organizing such conferences. And as the COVID times are actually, the threat is going, so probably very soon we will meet on offline mode also. With this wish, I would like to start my presentation, and I would wish to share my screen if Modi sir allows me. Ravi sir, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can share, ma'am. No problem. You are the co-host, you can share.
Yeah. Kindly do tell me if it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's visible, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So before beginning with our topic, that is Blue Ocean Strategy, which very well matches with the theme of this conference, that is innovation, I would like to discuss the meaning of strategy. Just a second, I'm trying to change the slide. So sometimes technology doesn't help us much. So I had to do it myself. I'll just try in case yes, now it is okay. So the meaning of strategy and how it is differs from planning. So strategic decisions, as we know, that they are oriented for the long term rather than medium term or short term. So they focus on the bigger picture. You know, they have cross-functional, or we can say that multidisciplinary, functional expertise working towards the common goal. So as you know that the strategies are for the long term, so definitely the resources involved are also very significant. So the resources which are used in strategies are very expensive, they are very significant. The decisions are taken for the long term, so definitely if the long term decisions are there, they cannot be reversed very easily. So the decisions are irreversible or reversible very difficultly. And they do involve a conscious choice, like, you know, what to do and what not to do. Randomly we cannot take any decision. We have to very consciously choose that what we have to do and what we do not have to do, because there are a lot of resources included. All other decisions which are not statistical decisions, they are known as tactical decisions. They are not related to strategy, but they are tactical decisions. They also have an impact on business. It is not like tactical decisions do not impact the business. Obviously, they impact the business, but up to a certain extent. That means if they go wrong, we do not mind much because we do not lose a lot of resources. For example, suppose if we have water purifying system in our company and we think that it is not working well, so that is okay, because, you know, we can always get it changed, because not a major or significant resource is indulged in that. Now, the question arises that why we needed Blue Ocean Strategy. What is Blue Ocean Strategy? To understand the concept of Blue Ocean Strategy, let's go back to 1980s. till that time, who has seen circus? I hope most of us who are sitting here and who are from India, I am not sure about other countries, whether the concept of circus was there in other countries also. I am sure there would have been the concept of circus in all the countries. But before 1980s, particularly in India, circus was very, very popular source of entertainment, isn't it? We all have seen circus. But what happened? With the invent of technology, children cried out for video games because there was an invent of video games. So rather than going to circus, they wanted to go to the video game parlor. So this industry basically was suffering from steady decrease in audiences and decrease in profits. So there was also an increasing sentiment against the animal cruelty. You must have remembered that there were so many protests that, do not harm animals and all. So animal rights groups were also there who came up. So from these perspectives, the circus industry became very unattractive. Now, since the circus industry became very unattractive, as you can see that the costs were getting very high, there was a company which was named as Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil. So what they did, they analyzed the challenges in the conventional circus and they came up with a new concept which was a mix of circus and theater. So what they did, they analyzed the challenges and then they thought there were conventional circus. There were some problems like keeping animals and feeding them. It was very expensive, and then they were causing protest also against animal cruelty. So the company decided to tap the untouched market space by combining the circus along with the theater. So what theater do? Live music, live dialogues, and the target audience of this concept was not only children but also the adults and the corporate clients also. So they started several times more than what they were charging for the circus for this unprecedented experience, you may say. So they titled themselves as "We Reinvented the Circus." So, for example, in India, if somebody has seen Kingdom of Dreams, I have seen one show at Kingdom of Dreams in Gurgaon, and the show was Zamura. So what they do, they combine circus and theater all together, and they create a new market. So basically, what strategically we can say that there are two types of markets. There are red ocean markets and there are blue ocean markets. So red ocean market and blue ocean market. So if we talk about red ocean market means entering the already existing market where the competition is well defined. So the competition is already there, the demand is already there, and everybody is fighting to get the major share. So because there is a lot of fight, the water gets bloody because sharks always fighting over and there for getting more market share. And while blue ocean strategy, it is a new market creating strategy. Here you capture new market, the unknown market, and these days companies have more choices ever. So companies have to differentiate themselves from others. Suppose I am going to buy a soap. It is not, before liberalization era where we had only Lifebuoy or Hammam. If I go to buy a soap, I have thousands of varieties to buy the soap. So which soap will I buy? I have a lot of choices. So there may be three types of business strategies. One is me too. Me too means same as competitor. Competitor is also there and I am also there. Second is me better. Competitor is there, I am also there, but I am better than my competitor. And the third, that is what I am talking about, is blue ocean strategy. That is me only. That means it is the feature which is provided only by me. So creating the uncontested market is blue ocean strategy. If you enter into a blue ocean strategy, the competition, the already existing competition becomes irrelevant because we are creating new demand, we are creating new markets. So the competition which is existing becomes very irrelevant. we can see that there are certain industries which did not even exist 100 years ago, like automobiles or pharmaceuticals, management consulting, music recording, aviation, petrochemicals. We could not hear about these industries earlier. And if not so far, if we go 40 years ago only, these industries like mutual funds, cellular phones, biotechnology, retail chains, express package delivery, cafe, bars, they did not exist. And today, we cannot even imagine the economy, the whole industry without these industries. So these all jumped into blue ocean strategy. So there is one data that will definitely surprise you. In a particular year, suppose we say 21, 22, or maybe 2021, in a particular year, out of the total new ventures which are started in a country, say India, 86% ventures are red ocean. Red ocean means the industries which are already existing, only the competitors are coming. Only 14% companies are the companies which are entering into blue ocean. That means which are coming with some new ideas, with some innovative ideas which did not already exist. But if we talk about revenue, 86% of red ocean companies generate only 62% revenue, while 14% generate 38% revenue. And if we come to profit, the figure is again very surprising. 86% of the new ventures of red ocean generate only 39% of the total profit of the economy, while only 14% of the blue ocean companies generate 61% of the profit. So can't you see that how blue ocean strategy is actually generating more and more profits, because that is something new which audiences or which customers have not seen earlier. So now the question is how this company Cirque du Soleil did this kind of thing, blue ocean. So there were 4 segments. First was raise. Something had to be raised, like some acrobats had to be raised, some beautification, because now people are more concerned about ambience and circus tent setting and the kind of clowns. They were not funny, they were very attractive, so they had to raise some things. But there are certain things which had to be eliminated. As I already told you, that animals had to be eliminated because there was lot of protest against animal cruelty. So and it was very, very difficult. It was very expensive to keep animals. You can imagine what an elephant eats, which used to be there in the circus. So animals had to be eliminated. Then these 3 rings, these very risky games had to be eliminated, and something had to be reduced, like humor and danger part had to be reduced, because lot of humor gives no humor. Suppose I'll give you lot of humor, you'll stop laughing. So humor and danger had to be reduced. And then something had to be created, like storyline had to be created. If you remember earlier circus, there was no storyline. One joker was coming, then one lion was coming, then one elephant was coming. So there was no storyline. There was no connection among all the activities. So storyline was created, some original music, some original dialogues were created. So it meant like this. So what I mean to say here is lot of as research scholars are also sitting with us, a lot of students are also there who have joined us. It is not only about technology. See, I am from commerce. So what I feel that if I have to innovate, how will I change the technology? Because I am not from technological background. So I cannot innovate. It is not like that. If you want to innovate, you can innovate not only through technology, but by other things also. Suppose you can change the promotion strategy, you can change the marketing strategy, you can change the packaging, or you can tell the new uses of already existing products. For example, one vegetable oil company said that if you do not have a shoe shiner, do not worry. Just take our vegetable oil and cotton and wipe your shoes and your shoes will be shiny. So that means the use of already existing product, you can say, or you can use that shower cap, which we put shower cap as a shoe travel box, or sometimes you must have seen that the iron from which we iron our hair, we can use it iron for sari also and for our clothes also. So that means innovation is everywhere. It is not necessary that if we are talking about innovation, we have to talk about technology only. No, we can talk about packaging, we can talk about promotion strategies, we can talk about many other things. So students and research scholars who have joined us, I would request you to see your binoculars through Blue Ocean Strategy. Use your binoculars to see that what are the innovative ideas for your research, for your entrepreneurship. If you want to be an entrepreneur, kindly try to explore new and uncontested markets. And there are certain examples at the end that some of the Indian companies which have adopted Blue Ocean strategies and they have become extremely successful. I am sure you must have heard of Carva. Carva is just a small piece of, just radio looking instrument which has so many old songs. HMV had the rights over those songs, and if I have to listen to those songs, either I have to wait for the FM channel to play those songs, or I have to buy the HMV cassette, and we do not have cassette player these days at home. So Carva has created this technology that, putting all the 5,000 songs, old songs all together. So this is one very good Blue Ocean strategy policy they have adopted. Then Zoom car. Suppose I like to, I wish to drive Audi or Mercedes or BMW, but I cannot afford to buy BMW. So what can I do? I can go to Zoom car, I can get a BMW or Audi on rent, and I can just drive on my own. So these are some of the examples. Meals on Wheels. I am going by train to some other city and I want to eat pizza. Obviously in train I cannot get pizza. So what I can do, I know that the next station is this particular station. Suppose next station is Indore. So I will call Indore Domino's and they will deliver me pizza on the railway station only. So these are certain examples of Indian companies who have adopted Blue Ocean strategies, but they are not limited to these examples only. And I would request all the researchers and students to come up with such new ideas and jump into the business, jump into the industry, but not into red ocean. Try to jump into Blue Ocean strategy. And with these words, I would like to thank once again the whole team of Inspira Research Association and Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management for providing me an opportunity to share the stage with such eminent speakers. Thank you so much once again.
What a wonderful presentation by Dr. Aarti Chopra. And yesterday only, we were discussing about women being multitaskers. And here we have the best example of multitasking with us. Dr. Aarti Chopra is our joint secretary. She is the joint organizing secretary of the conference also, and today's co-chairperson and keynote speaker also. She is the principal of the degree college and a mother of course. You will be glad to know that she is character artist in ad films also. She is associated to an NGO too. So, ma'am, your presentation on innovations is truly justified to your personality, ma'am. And thank you for being a worthy part of our organization. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you. Thank you for having trust in me. Thank you for your kind words, sir.
Thank you for being with Inspira Research Association always, ma'am. You are the, you are the backbone of our association. Thank you so much once again to Dr. Aarti Chopra. And now I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Jitesh Kumar, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Center for Research and Innovation in Tourism, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Dr. Jitesh Kumar is Senior Lecturer at School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Associate Director for Information Management and Documentation at Center for Research and Innovation in Tourism, Taylor's University, Malaysia. His doctorate is from Taylor's University in Hospitality and Tourism with research on economic impacts of business events in Malaysia. He has 2 postgraduate degree specialties, a professional master's in hospitality management and international tourism from the University of Toulouse, France, and the other in business administration from Hamdard University, Pakistan. His research areas include economic impacts, economic modeling, MICE, medical tourism, behavioral studies. He has worked on consultancy and research projects at the national, international level and authored 45 publications, including research articles and book chapters. 12 postgraduate students have been graduated under his supervision, and currently he is supervising 7 PhD scholars. He is an active member of several national and international associations, conferences, and journals. He is also serving as an associate editor of Asia Pacific Journal Innovation in Hospitality and Tourism. And recently, he has offered webinars, guest speeches for university in the Philippines, India, Japan, Indonesia, China, Australia, and Pakistan. I think, sir, we are very grateful to have you in our platform, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time for us. I would like to invite
Thank you
Dr.
so much,
Jitesh.
sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a detailed introduction. I
Thank
hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So first, before I share my screen, I start my presentation. I would like to pay my regards to Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India, as well as Inspira Research Association-IRA, Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. It's always my pleasure to serve, share some kind words, some little knowledge of mine, which I have earned for last 7 to 8 years while being in the tourism academia. So of course, I will be talking about innovation or those practices in tourism industry, but specifically for green innovation, green practices. Dr. Aarti Chopra just used 2 points actually, which was that for innovation, it's not necessary that we use the technology or we always adopt the technology. Of course, definitely. And the second point was I will be bringing those 2 points in somewhere in my presentation. Why I'm talking about the tourism and the most important aspect of my presentation will be focusing on green innovation, green practices, COVID-19 pandemic, the impact, is it the crisis, is it the opportunity, and those things actually. So it's not necessary that we have to invest in the technology when we talk about the innovation. I'm sure most of you know about that there are a number of hotels which are being operated by 100% robots or those machines actually. But the problem is, can we really rely on those robots actually? Or what are the, it can be opportunities, but there are always crises, there are always issues actually. They can have a maintenance cost and so on, because we are the human who created the machines, the robots, for our own convenience or the betterment. And also not necessary that everyone, every generation, every person, every tourist, every traveler like those machines actually. I like because of several reasons, because it's quite convenient. I don't need to queue in the line actually. I just go to the kiosk and I do my job, whatever I have to do. But if I'm traveling with my father or those senior citizens, no, not really. Those, they don't accept these machines actually. They want someone who can talk to. The human touch should be there actually. And some more, if that person can speak in our language, that's like we are at home actually. So that always gives the actual experience, and it makes more comfortable, brings that the very comfort zone what we used to have at home. So green innovation, there are a number of things. And of course, before I go into detail of the green innovation or green tourism, what exactly is the green tourism and why I'm talking about the green tourism and how I will be relating back to the COVID-19. Actually, immediately after COVID-19, well, again, there's no after, actually, it's a amid. Excuse me. During the pandemic, actually, why this green tourism become very familiar, very popular, actually. Of course, we all know that the tourism industry is very fragile. Everyone has a right to travel. Everyone like to travel. Everyone like to have a leisure, actually. Earlier, if we talk about 2 to 3 decades back, it was not possible for everyone. But with this innovation, or with those the competition, actually, which brought through those low cost carrier airlines, the budget hotels, boutique hotels, etc., etc. Though they made the thing very convenient, very affordable, very easy for each and everyone, that yes, leisure is there for you also. That's why the slogan of AirAsia is everyone can fly. So the competition is there, but the thing is, we are talking about the, as Dr. Aarti mentioned about the blue ocean strategy. If and the best example, if we want to see about the blue ocean strategies, just check the travel and tourism industry. Each and every institution, each and every travel agency, tour operators are focusing on that, because the competition is very huge. If you talk about those budget hotels, boutique hotels, or any sort of hotel, I'm not going to those 5-star hotel or resorts even, actually. The competition is huge, actually, and the margin are very small. So everyone is looking after CA, competitive advantage, that how to make the thing different, and how to bring, or how to motivate the customer, and then making them loyal, revisit, intention, etc. works. So the tourism is very well known for everyone, but the impact of tourism becoming visibly apparent, green tourism become extremely important nowadays, because we all have become very aware or very familiar that our life is very important, actually. It's during pandemic, actually, we came to know about what we are eating, what we are doing, where are we going, home with we are going, how exactly we will be going, how long it will take, etc. These how and what, to find the answer for these H and W's, actually, we are ending up with this wellness tourism, spa tourism, yoga tourism, or food tourism, going green, sustainability, ecotourism. These terms are not new terms, actually. For last 5 years or almost 1 decade, actually, we have heard about it. But these become very common nowadays because of this pandemic, and that is one of the reasons I won't say I'm thankful to pandemic, actually, but there are lots of things, actually, lots of opportunities which I have seen in my career as well as in my industry. Because of this pandemic, if we won't be having this pandemic, still we will be having those opportunities, but it will be taking some time. Those technologies which we have adapted in last 1 year, actually 1 to 2 years, or we can say 18 to 20 months, actually, we could have those innovations, or those technologies, or those things which we have used probably after a couple of years, actually. So the pandemic brought those things now that this is really in need. Then what exactly is a green tourism, and why the green tourism is important? It's very small scale tourism. It was small scale tourism, but now, as I have just now mentioned, that it's growing. Everyone is getting familiar of, actually, that, and it's not only that they are getting familiar that green tourism is important for themselves, but it's for the community. They all are become responsible. So ending up with a responsible tourism, responsible tourist, actually, visiting natural areas, those green areas, rural areas, which we used to say in Malaysia, kampung areas, actually, minimizing environmental impact. We all knew about the environmental impact. There are lots of pros and cons, negative and positive impact of every type of tourism. We cannot eliminate any type of those negative impact, but we can minimize, we can reduce by using our acts, actually, that how responsible we are. And there are a number of recommendations and a few other things which I will be disclosing in short while in upcoming slides. Reverse the negative effect of travel. Now, everyone know about the carbon footprint, but do we really care about the carbon footprints when we travel to the new environment and new place, actually? Again, thanks to COVID, that we are stopped, we are locked down, and those destinations which are very good and we are keen to travel, actually, those destinations went on leisure themselves actually, because those areas, those beaches, those leisure activities areas also need some maintenance, which we were not giving them actually. But now due to the COVID, they went on it, and that they are getting fresh and getting ready for us once these things are open, once the flow of COVID-19 is down, and once the borders are open, we can enjoy those. And before pandemic, actually, the number of world-class destination in the world were facing the issue of overcrowding, actually. Overcrowded. Well, everyone talk about economic impact. Tourism is good, actually, but not necessarily the local community is invited. Local community really likes the tourist. Not every host in the each destination is welcoming. They are humble, or they are courteous, like Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, or Indonesia, or India actually. The destination or environment, there was also effect, negative impact on the environment, also just destruction of a heritage, destruction of our culture, destruction of our society, destruction of each and everything actually. Globalization, well, that's again one of the better thing actually. That's why we are saying that world is a global village, but not everything what we seek, what we see is good for our community or for our environment. Negative social change and many others which you can do in your country, but not necessarily it's allowed to do in the host country. So there were several reasons, several issues actually before pandemic. And besides green tourism, green tourism is the only one type of tourism which accumulates lots, such as a sustainable concept, ecotourism, going to the jungle, going to the those rural areas, but it doesn't have that much of negative impact. As you can see in this slide, so the number of destinations were having an issue of overcrowding. That's why tourists are terrorists actually. Refugees are welcome. Tourists go back home actually. Tourists, your luxury trip is my daily misery actually. These are the world-class destinations where these pictures were captured, and they don't like tourists actually. Government is inviting the because tourism is good, but the local community doesn't like. That's a problem. So again, once more, thanks to COVID, that this tourism is stopped in that particular countries for a time being. But now I don't know, once those destinations are open, those businesses which were surviving only on the tourism or those tourists actually, how they will survive? Is there any backup plan? Is there any second option for them or not? So top 10 destinations around the world suffered from over tourism. I won't go to in the detail of those, but as you can see in the picture, of course, you can identify the world class, the best destination in the world actually. So what can we do to avoid these things, and how we can bring the innovation by not bringing the technology, by using the same things, same acts actually, just bringing the change in our activities, changing our behavior while we are traveling actually. Not necessary that we always go for international destination actually. Again, once more, thank you to the COVID that forced us to go domestically actually, rather than always look for internationally. I am here in Malaysia for last 13 years. Every time, whenever we look for a holiday or vacation, we always go for the nearest beach in neighboring countries rather than Malaysia. But during this last 2 years, I have explored 7 beaches in Malaysia, which I didn't touch for last 10 years actually. So again, it's a beauty. So now I have a lots of information to compare what I have seen in Bali, in Thailand, in the Philippines, and what the beauty we have in Malaysia also. What exactly we can do when we are in the other destination? How can we utilize those local products? Why exactly it's the most important to buy the local products? And it's not only the buying, there is a list of things which we can do. Stay longer in the places rather than just going one night, going 2 nights actually. Don't be a business tourist, be a leisure traveler. Or if you are on a business trip also, you can have the concept of leisure, business plus leisure actually. So stay longer rather than just a 1 night, 2 nights. Actually, it doesn't give the inflow actually. And the visit in the shoulder season, not necessarily we look after, okay, when I have affordable rates actually, or when I am free actually, just go whenever you see you are available. So don't go through the seasons actually. It's not necessary to travel during the school holidays. Over the weekend also we can travel, or we can have a 1-2 days, or those public holidays we can combine few days and we can travel. Explore with a local tour guide rather than having a branded uh, uh, getting everything from those international brands actually. I'm referring to those travel agent and tour operator. Always try to look after what is the locals who are selling actually. We can have the fruits, vegetables, foods, anything, or shopping or souvenir buying from any international shop, any international mart, any supermarket. But I prefer, being a responsible tourist, I go to those local markets or who are selling on the roadside actually. I know, and their prices are down, and those are much fresh actually, because those are not an aircon if you are referring to the fruits and vegetables. And the second thing, I believe in giving back to the local community, because they are only relying on the tourism industry. And the third most important, at the end of the day, money won't go out. There's no leakage when I do that type of act actually, leakage from their economy. Avoid visiting a part of cruise, respect the local. Now respect in different ways, respect their culture, respect their language, respect their feelings, respect each and everything actually. Be mindful when choosing accommodation, where exactly you want to stay actually. In Malaysia, we have a concept of homestay. I'm not really sure that homestay is that common in Malaysia, in India or the other countries. Homestay is like staying with a local people actually in the rural areas. So if a farmer who has a big house, he can rent out those 1 or 2 rooms, or those the extra house to the guest, and those are already confirmed, and those details are available on the website of Ministry of Tourism. So we as a tourist, someone is coming from Pakistan, India, or any other country, they can do the booking, and they can stay with those local people in their house. They can act like them, they can wear like them, they can eat like them. And also most important thing is, they do what the local want to do, local is doing on an everyday basis. Because when we are traveling to the other destination, new destination, our objectives are different. I don't like to stay in the hotel actually. I have been staying in a hotel. It's almost the same like my service apartment actually. I'm well, we can say I just want to avoid this, because going back to the basic definition of tourism, going away, running away from your daily routine life and staying at least one night. So I want to stay at least somewhere where I can have a peace of mind. And if I'm going for a leisure to the beach, and the beach is full of people actually, I think I have to change my leisure. It's a better to have a watch nice movie in my own drawing room rather than going anywhere. So respect the local environment. Travel for yourself, not for Instagram or not for your those pictures and so on. Actually, even though whenever we order some food, also before we taste from our any sense such as a nose, or we eat or we see, actually we are capturing or we are seeing from the probably lens of camera. So forget about it actually. Those capture in your mind rather than in cameras. Go off to the beaten path in the city rather than being a allocentric. Go for psychocentric. Actually explore those places which are not common, which are not marketed well, or which are not well known so far. So Google have everything, or talk to a local person who can identify some good places for you. So this is the recap of everything what I have discussed. Green tourism supports the local community. There's no doubt. Sustainable tourism has a lower ecological impact, of course, then in two ways actually. Rather than importing the foods, the drinks, everything from outside, actually eat the local food actually. When American comes to Malaysia and still he want to have an American breakfast, then what's the point of having the trip actually if you don't enjoy the nasi lemak or roti canai in Malaysia, which is the authentic food of Malaysia. Green tourism provides more enjoyable experience for the tourists, which we can't see anywhere. Again, green tourism, well, jungles and the those ecological places, ecological areas, destinations are available in different countries. But the fauna, the flora and fauna, the things, the ecosystem is totally different in a different geographical region. Responsible tourism helps travel become conscious of their choices, actually, that what we don't like to see, why we are doing it, actually, littering, throwing rubbish. If we talk about the traffic on the roadsides, actually, rather than having a rent a car every time, let's use the public transport, actually. In a developed tourist destination, transport network is very good. Well, of course, there are a number of destinations which are suffering due to this traffic, such as Manila, such as Jakarta, even Kuala Lumpur also sometimes. So we have to find out, but Kuala Lumpur is much more developed in terms of public transport, actually. So for the tourists specifically, they the developed destination have another service which is called as hop on hop off bus service. So I don't need to look at the map even. I don't need to put my brain in the map and explore what is the best destination to visit. Just book a ticket for hop on hop off bus and just go around those 25, 30 places in the Kuala Lumpur, actually. So there are different ways to be a responsible tourist, actually. A way to open mind to the world, actually, that what we see, we can share, because at the end of the day, word of mouth really works in the tourism industry. And now e-word of mouth, or we can say the e-reviews. Before I book anything, before I confirm, before I take a decision that I am going to travel this particular destination, I'm checking a lot, because we become very conscious. Thank you so much to the technology that we have that small device in our hand, and we have a Google, which is very, very free, and we are exploring. And we are knowing the destination before we confirm the destination that we will be visiting by doing the virtual tourism. Well, virtual tourism isn't the concept for last couple of years, but again, not everyone can enjoy that. For me, as being from the reader in the tourism industry, I believe the virtual tourism can be a best example of marketing rather than substitute for a tourism, for being a substitute for the actual tourism, actually. But again, it's depends on the personality, that how do you take this thing, actually. So thank you so much. With that, I end my presentation, and these are my connecting details. Please get connected in case if you need to share, if you need to ask, if you need to collaborate in terms of research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. It was really wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jitesh Kumar from Malaysia. Sir, very true. You have said yesterday also, we have heard Dr. Anuprati Sharma. She was also talking about tourism, and one of the participants also talked about tourism sector yesterday. And lot of things you have told, like wellness tourism, ecotourism. We keep hearing these terms very often these days. And sir, you have explained that how negative impacts of tourism can be reversed through green tourism. And so very beautifully you have said that taking care of the locals is very important while tourism, because we can also feel that if we have guests at our home, and suppose we eat at 8 o'clock and they eat at 10 o'clock, and one day is okay, but every day if we have to adjust our routine as per their routine, that becomes a burden on us. So in spite of welcoming them, we'll feel that when they will go. So definitely we have to take care of the locals when we go as tourists. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, sir. Dr. Jitesh, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jitesh ji. Thank you so much once again for sparing your valuable time, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now I would like to welcome our other eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Professor Venkata Rao, Professor of Tourism Studies, School of Management, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry, for delivering the keynote speech. Professor Rao has received MHRM and MA Gold Medal degrees from Andhra University, MBA from University of Madras, and completed FDP from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He obtained PhD in Management from Tejpur Central University. He started teaching at Sir C.R. Reddy College PG's courses at Iluru, Andhra Pradesh, and moved to the Department of Business Administration at Assam Central University, Silchar, Assam. Presently, he is at the Pondicherry University as Professor in Tourism Studies As head of the Department of Tourism Studies for 8 years and coordinator of UGC SAP for 10 years, elevated name and fame of the department to the international level. He published 7 books in the area of management and tourism. 18 of his research papers were published in edited books and about 27 papers published in various journals. He organized national and international conferences and published conference proceedings in the form of edited books, book of abstracts, and a special issue of journals. To mention, an international conference in 2014 was organized in collaboration with Bournemouth University, UK, with 25 foreign delegates from 11 countries. 9 research scholars have been awarded PhD degree under his guidance, visited 15 countries, including France, for 10 days as one of the official delegate of the government of Pondicherry as a part of promoting tourism. Sir, we are really happy. I mean,
it is very long.
Very long.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir. We are very honored and grateful to have you today with us.
Yeah.
Welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Modi ji.
Thank you.
First of all, let me appreciate Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management Institute for having this wonderful event, even though we are at the exit point of COVID-19. I think you have been conducting this type of international conference for the last several years. I think this is the 12th international conference. I just reading somewhere. Am I right, Aarti ma'am? It's a 12th international.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
Real, I know that
Right,
how
sir.
difficult is.
Right, sir.
Yeah. So how difficult is in organizing international conference? It's really I must appreciate. And then so thank you all really. Including me, because of Dr. Anuprati Sharma, because she referred my name. And so I'm here with all galaxy of intellectuals. And I've been listening from yesterday and today also, all the, the talks on various issues related to innovations and then globalization, challenges, digitalization, and digital transformation, and so on. So it is variety of the topics and then multidisciplinary issues. Everything just in one packet. We are giving a wonderful the treat to all the students and researchers and then academic academic personalities. So this is really great, and then it's not only just appreciation, and then there is a lot of hard work involved in the entire process, right? So with that, let me just look at what I can do for I think 10 minutes or even less than that. I'm not going to take much time because if you see the yesterday's the talk, one issue that was raised by Anuprati Sharma, because she was just talking about tourism education and then curriculum, or how to offer the tourism education for students, maybe in the form of the noodles and the variety of noodles, and as per the expectations of the students. So that was triggered me to prepare a presentation. Not only that, but before also we have been working on curriculum development, because being a central university, so always Government of India is sending circulars and then insisting us to implement NEP 2020, right? It is the time we are in a crossroad. We are completely shifting our traditional mode of curriculum to the new. India is going to see a new platform as far as education is concerned, and in which we are again experiencing, we are going to experience a different type of education, the system altogether. So that is the context on which I have prepared a small presentation to share my thoughts and ideas, because I have been working on various committees for curriculum development in the line of NEP, right, 2020. So what is the sea change or breakthrough and before and after? So what happened last 20 years as far as higher education is concerned in India, and what we are going to see hereafter. So it is the point, and then at this juncture, so I would like to give my thoughts on how we can develop course curriculum at this juncture. So where we are just going to implement NEP 2020 year after, right? So shall I share my screen with your permission, ma'am?
So please.
Yeah. So am I audible, Arati ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My voice is clear?
You're perfectly audible, sir. And your screen is also visible, sir.
Okay, right. So let me just look at the title that I have here. So the current context for curriculum creation, because it is something related to innovation only, because when you talk about the creation, it is all about new, right? So this, the current context where we are thinking develop course curriculum, because the government is insisting at the central level and then state level, some of the states have taken initiative to bring a new structure for the entire education by introducing the new model of entire the degree pattern. So here, when you just look at the present context and then course curriculum creation, I'm just looking at the industry sensitivity or industry centric, and then skill development, because we all know that we have been listening about NEP 2020 for last maybe more than 1 year. So we know that this course curriculum, this the entire NEP is towards the curriculum which is going to impart purely the skills and skill oriented and employability related aspect. So from that perspective, when I just look at my the small content of this presentation, so I'm just going to discuss in 2 slides about the issues of concern. So what are the issues at present, and then curriculum first. So what is the purpose of the curriculum and why we need a curriculum at this point to match or to meet which expectations, and what is the ultimate benefit of our curriculums. Then the content for curriculum creations, and what would be the content, right? So we have a traditional content and we have been revising the syllabus, and then we are using in a traditional mode, and mostly it is related to within 4 walls, one-way traffic, and then mostly the theoretical in nature. So in that the location, so what we can think about the new content or new context, right? So then look at the last one, the mechanism to operate curriculum. So what kind of new mechanism is required when you just look at the implementation of the a very innovative curriculum that we are going to think in future. So when you look at the issues of concern, one important thing is when you see India is the 3rd largest system as far as higher education is concerned. So next to US and China, we have that much the huge the system in terms of students, in terms of in all aspects. So that is a huge system for us, starting from all levels. At the same time, when you just look at the our presence in the global arena, only 3 institutions are the place, like IIT Mumbai, IIT Delhi, and then IISc Bangalore. So except that, you will not find any other universities and institutions in top 200 institutions of the world. So that is one aspect. And the second thing is the gross enrollment ratio. So GR is only 27%, which is very low when you just look at the developed and then developing, some of the developing countries. So this is one major issue that we need to keep in mind. So as far as our position in the global era, because now we are talking about the globalization for last more than say 20 years, right? So last maybe 30 years, not just 20 years, 30 years we have been talking about the globalization. In last 30 years, where we are as far as education is concerned, in terms of global ranking or even global positioning. Then another important thing is as far as the employability and then skill development is concerned. Just I was looking at Indian skill report, right? ISR. So Indian Skill Report 2021, which was prepared in the line of CAI and then Indian University Association, and then all these bodies joined. Then there is a one NGO. It's like a private organization. The Will Walk. So they just prepared Indian employability of the graduate. When you look at the Indian employability of the graduate from different the fields, starting from engineering, the science, arts, MBA, and then different fields, it is not even crossing the 50% altogether. So even the engineering is around 40, and then management also less than 50. So the remaining 50% of our graduates are not fit for the job. That means we are just giving the degrees and then we are asking them to stand on the road, because those resources, even the government is spending so much to give a degree, because whatever the expenditure that government is spending, if you just look at the total the budget that is allocated for the education and then divided by number of students. So here you can see the government is spending more and then the students are paying the less in terms of their tuition fee. I'm talking about the government system. So in that respect, even if you look at the number of students who are actually out of the job because they are not meeting the requirement of the industry or the skills that are needed to get the employment, so they are not possessing when they just face any kind of placement, placement selection. So in that context, you can see there are some kind of lacunas. And at the same time, if you look at the management system of education, is the over centralized, bureaucratic structure, and the lack of accountability, transparency, and then professionalism. And then all these are the main issues. And at the same time, if you look at the Indians' investment in R&D, that is very, very low. That is just only the 0.7% of our GDP. Whereas if you look at the US, 2.8, China 2.1, Israel 4, and then Korea 4.2. Just then, in that way, you can see the spending on R&D is more when you compare with when you just look at other countries, ours is very less. Then further, if you look at the present the situations where we are just again focusing on, we have two things at a time. So NEP introduced when we are in the lockdown situation, when the pandemic is around us, when there is so much confusion, or when we are in the crossroad, either we are online or offline, or how to offer our academic the core curriculum and how to organize our teaching and learning process. When we are in that kind of confusion state, so NEP was introduced, and then NEP came with a new dimension where, so you can see that so much digitalization is happening because of the pandemic situation, and the before and after also you can see so many changes that are happening in the industry, because the modern industry is now completely digitalized with Internet of Things, and then so much utilization of blockchain technology, and when you can see there's so much intervention of virtual the mode of activities. So all these developments and technology back the industry is completely bringing the new employment and the new workforce. So that is the change that is happening in industry. So where are the changes that are happening as far as our curriculum and then education, teaching and learning is concerned? And then at the same time, if you look at the remote work culture that is already started now, so now even the tourism also, we are talking about workation, because before Ritesh was talking about the leisure tourism, the business come leisure. Now there is a workation, that is work plus vacation. Right, so you can look at the workation. So you can travel anywhere on vacations, and then you can continue your work. No need to apply any leave. Wherever you are working, right, from your room or from your the place of recreation, or where you are resting, or where you are playing in some kind of recreation halls. So wherever you are, you can just work. Then you can just attend your job. So that is the present, because when I'm explaining all these things to tell that, so how the workforce and the job is completely changing. Then at the same time, if you look at the internet is going to redefine the leadership, both in industry as well as academia, right? So academia, when you talk about industry, academia leadership, that may be principal, that may be, I think, Aarti madam, just then look at how you are administering with the use of technology. That may be the groups and the social media, that may be various using internet the based various the social media the channels. Even you get the feedback, you can get the any kind of that whatever you want, you are using as a leader so much digital the process, and then getting the complete information and understanding what is happening in teaching and learning in the classroom, as well as within the students, among the students also. Right, so this is what is happening, and then in that context, you can say leadership is now redefined because of internet. The way we are just looking at the leadership and teaching the leadership and talking about the leadership and preparing the students for the future man become leaders by giving the MBA degrees. So now the completely technology is at back as a backbone, and it is redefining. So all these are the changes and then concern issues. So at this juncture, now let us look at what is the curriculum and what is the curriculum So when you look at the curriculum, and that means it is imparting education. So education is supposed to be related to the modernization of human, and then bringing some kind of maturity and awareness of one's mind. So there is saying that the human modernization and then the human development leads to the modernization of society. So I don't know what extent our society is really modernized. When you just go to the ATM, and how many people really just throw the small slip that they are getting and keeping in the dustbin which is there in front of us, and simply they are throwing there. And then at the same time, even if you look at even morning, I went to the field work where I was talking with some of the surfing, water sports related activities. And when you just go to the beach, we are not able to visit some of the places, the beaches, because there is a open defecation. And the people, even they're using a smartphone and they don't know how to behave, and there is a lacking of the civic sense. And this is the really real education. Are we giving the true education, and where the people understand what is what and what they are in terms of understanding themselves? So in the context, the goals of a curriculum supposed to be preparing the children for the citizenship, that's most important, and cultivate a skilled workforce and help the students to become critical thinker. I think yesterday that Anukriti was emphasizing on the critical thinking. The critical thinking is missing. So our curriculum is supposed to be in the line of critical thinking, and then support the students to compete in the global market and global era. So now we are in the global environment. So whether our students are able to compete with the global changes that are happening at present. So in this context, you can see the new agenda that we have in new education policies. I'm not going to talk much here because you might have heard about it. And it's a shifting from the schooling to the learning, and the quality and then holistic development of learners, that is a cognitive and affective and then behavioral changes. These are all required. And then especially the 5 E's, the new age learning is engage and explore and expand and express and then excel. So at the same time, now you will find in future, you will get a good governance system, the new system and accreditation, the standards, they are going to become very stringent in the education system through new education policy 2020, right? So that is one thing. And in this context, when you just look at this backdrop, so when I just look at all these, whatever I talked so far, so when I just look at the content for the curriculum, where 50% of our students, our graduates are out of the job. So what they are lacking? So they may have the technical knowledge, subject knowledge. Do they have the communication skill? Do they have the behavioral skills? And do they reflect and then present the professional skills? They may have the PG, they may have MBA, but how many MBA students are really reflect on the position themselves as a managers in the market? So these are all the 4 important aspects need to be taken care of when we look at the content development of the syllabus. So our syllabus now 90% is focused on the technical and all subject matters, right? It is only theoretical, but no, the giving emphasis on the communication is very less, and then behavioral the skills I am doubtful about that, and the professional skills that is totally missing. That maybe the mannerisms or even etiquettes, and then some kind of the behavioral pattern. So they're supposed to how to behave as a manager. So that is lacking, even though they have the management degrees and other professional the degrees. Even we know that an engineer with a mechanical degree, they don't know how to use a screwdriver. So that is the pathetic situation that we have by giving the traditional mode of the degrees, right? So I think we need to redraft and restructure in the line of NEP. So our the curriculum based on these 4 pillars. I can say that these are the 4 pillars, and then equally we have to distribute and then develop the core curriculum, right? When you look at the focus of the curriculum, that's supposed to be based on the cash, like a knowledge, attitude, skills, and hobbies. Of course, we have been talking about all these when we give the orientation for a management student. But at the same time, so only we just talk all these things at the time of orientation when we are passing through our core curriculum and then curriculum activities. So what extent these are reflecting in their day-to-day teaching and learning? This is one aspect we need to think. And then the talent and then competitiveness, the competency formation is required. Time to time, we have to see that, because when you look at the curriculum, let me tell you one thing, it is like a process, it is like assembling line. So when you just manufacturing a car, you can see the raw material in one end, on the other hand, you will find the finished car. Similarly, when the student is taking admission, the student is like a raw material for us. So when we process in the 4 semesters of MBA program, at the end, when student is coming out with the MBA degree, supposed to be a finished product and then sellable in the market with a high price and then high quality. So here we are all like a robot, or we are like a technicians. We are just assembling and adding all required features in the semester 1, semester 2, semester 3, semester 4. So this kind of addition is required when we are just implementing our curriculum and then adding required attributes with a practical knowledge, so that there will be, there is a transformation of a raw material into a finished product. So that is the sellable the product in the market. So that is the one aspect. Then another most important thing is the quality and then competitiveness. If you look at any kind of reports that are published by the World Bank as far as the graduates and their employability, and as I mentioned, that national employability report, they're all published in the last, I think, 7-8 years. And all the reports are available, and year after year, of course, there's a little bit improvement. Still, we have not crossed even 50%. So still 50% of the graduates are not fit for the job. So that means we have to think and then question about our quality and then how competitive we are. And at the same time, there is a ranking. And the ranking is already around us in the form of NIRF ranking. So that is also one aspect that we have to look into when we are just developing the course curriculum. So then further, if you just look at the mechanism, how we can implement the entire course, the curriculum development as well as implementation, it is a completely collaborative curriculum, right? I'm using the word collaborative curriculum. Collaborate with industry, it is an industry partnership, because ultimately what we are doing, what we are giving to the students, maybe engineering or even the management or science, whoever is, ultimately they are going to work with industry, or they are going to join in our society as a knowledge resources. And the resource is supposed to be economically valuable. So there is no economic value for any resource, it's a waste, right? And our degrees are not supposed to be the waste papers. So the degree is supposed to have a resource, the value, economic value, so that they can join in the economy and they can contribute to the economy. The economy of a nation will develop when our graduates will come out with a degree with economic value. In that context, we need to collaborate with industry in such a way that, so the industry partnership is very much required. So now, whether we are going to start a new course or whether we are going to revise the syllabus, now at this point of time, so the collaborate with industry and take them into your fold. Tell them that we are working for you and what do you want, tell us. And we are there to prepare whatever you required as per your requirement. We are there to, so we have the material. So we just make the material as per your requirement, right? So as a teacher, so we have a little bit industry knowledge, we have a little bit of theoretical knowledge, and we have a fresh students with a fresh mind, and we know how to make them as per your requirement. So we should know that what they want, and they should come forward to tell us what they required. So in that context, we have to develop a kind of a joint venture, a governing system, and maybe we can name the department after their company name or brand name. Right? So that is one thing that we need to start now. And the practical orientation is more important. So far we are very theoretical, and we need to just come out with a completely practical. So see that the students are learning theory through practice, what IIMs are doing. We all know that. The first they discuss the practice, and then they will make the students to understand theory. But mostly 99%, how many IITs are there, how many MBAs are there from IITs? And the lakhs of people are coming with management degree without any practical knowledge. So what is required is now the practical orientation is required, and at the same time, industry-centric the syllabus, industry-centric teaching and learning supposed to be introduced in the course curriculum of the today and tomorrow, right? So here we need to bring a lot of innovations in terms of co-curricular activities and incorporating industry in our advisory boards, organizing various events with industry people, and conducting some kind of workshops, and then a kind of colloquiums, and then organizing interactive sessions, and then maybe formal and informal, and then organizing some kind of events outside. So this kind of collaborative activities are required between the academy and then the industry to bridge the gap between the industry institute interface. Then once you just bridge this gap, then you can bridge the gap of skills that are there between the industry and then the graduates, right? First of all, we have to bridge the gap between the academia and then industry. Then we can think of reducing the gap between the graduates' skills and expected skills. Then coming to another important thing is when we just look at the classroom environment, we need to have the experiment labs and then out of experiments that let them learn and then experience. So now we are talking about the experiential learning. So the creating experiential learning system in every department that is required, right? And the case studies must be field-driven exposure, even whether you are selecting the students or even when you are preparing the students, take them to industry. Industry, there itself, we can just organize all types of events and then activities in the presence of executives and the managers with their permission, right? And the teamwork is required, maybe with the faculty, and then even at the same time the students also. It is the time for the teamwork, because that is the one thing is missing, because everyone is personalized and they are busy with their smartphones and then social media. But now we have to break that, and we need to develop the teams, from the different levels, so that the skill set gaps can be reduced among the students with the teamwork and then team spirit, and we can develop a kind of self-generated and self-managed teams. It is not that always we are with the students, and let them have a kind of self-managed teams among themselves, and the team learning that's supposed to happen. Then, so this is the way you can see that. I just talked about the content and the crisis, and then the concern issues, and what are the lackings, and so what is required as a content, and what kind of mechanism is required to implement this the course curriculum. And these are the issues that I touched in maybe a few minutes. And then, because it takes a very long time to explain each and every stage, but shortage of time, I'm not able to explain very clearly each and everything, because I just presented everything in a very precise manner, right? With this, thank you very much, and then looking forward to listen from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venkata Rao from Puducherry. Sir, I have also been fortunate to visit Puducherry once. I took students for the educational tour. I remember few rock beach and some big temples and bakery.
Arvind Washram.
Yes, you're perfect, sir. And sumptuous bakery of Puducherry. Wonderful place it is. And as the place is wonderful.
Culture, French heritage is there. You can see the French heritage.
Yes, sir. So this time when we'll visit, we'll meet you also.
Sure. It's a pleasure, and I'm there to welcome you all.
Just like the place Yes, sir. Your presentation was also extremely wonderful, just like the place you are in. And sir, you spoke about very important, very significant issue, that is employability of the students. We are teaching them, but how we are making them industry ready? Are we making them employable? Is the curriculum making them industry centric? I mean, is it industry centric? Is it preparing them to be, entering any industry? And why one BCom student, just BCom student, or one BCom student which has the person who has the knowledge of some MS Office tools, why he gets the edge over other students? So these things have to be kept in mind. And yesterday also we were discussing that we have to make our students critical thinkers, because that is very important these days. So very beautifully you have focused on these topics, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your precious time for us. Thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Rao, for delivering excellent speech. And I must thanks to Dr. Anukriti Sharma also for her utmost support for our organization. So thanks to Dr. Anukriti.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Professor Rao, for the wonderful presentation.
Yeah, it was really a wonderful
presentation. Thank you, Anukriti.
And I really appreciate Dr. Aarti Chopra, madam, also, because in today's presentation, twice she remembered me. Once for
Ma'am, you're totally worth it. You're totally worth it, ma'am.
You too, Dr. Ravi Modi. I mean, you have took that word multitasking for Dr. Aarti Chopra. It is so awesome.
No, I want to tell you here. I want to tell
you
your
video, ma'am. Anukriti, ma'am,
with your permission, Modi ji, with your permission, I want to tell one point here. When I was reading employability report of 2021, recently released, right? So in that report in India, more employability is there with women than the men. When you look at the graduates, so the women employability is more than men employability in India. So that is more than like close to 50, and the men employability is in around 39 to 40 only. nearly 7-8% difference is there between the male and female in terms of employability in India. I want to just mention that point.
Thank you, sir.
So when
Very-
females are doing better than males, and we have a proof of it,
Yes,
actually. Like I can say it for Dr. Aarti as well as for me also. No problem.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
just mentioning indirectly.
I know, that's why I'm so, I'm outspoken and I always speak direct.
Ma'am,
Thank you
that
once
makes
again.
you unique and beautiful.
Thank
No,
you
actually,
all.
Professor Rao, he really wanted to give compliment to both of us, madam, but he was afraid a little bit, you can understand that. So I'm just making it easy for him.
So nice of you.
Thank you so much. And I know presenters are waiting for their presentations. So now we can start presentations, because I know today, I think 9 o'clock or 9:30. So we have to prepare for this. So with the permission of our chairperson, Professor J.K. Jain sir, additional chairperson, Dr. Chai Ching Tan and Professor Mamta Jain, and co-chairperson Dr. Aarti Chopra, we are starting the presentations, and I will call one by one. And please keep it short and sum up in 3 to 4 minutes, because we don't have much time. And the presenter number 1 is Mr. Biswa Bhushan Behra from Galgotias University. Yes, sir, please unmute. Please unmute. Please start.
Sir, am I allowed to share the presentation?
Yes, just a minute. Now you can share.
Okay, fine. Respected Chairperson, Professor J.K. Jain, Dr. Chai Tan, Professor Mamta Jain, Dr. Aarti Chopra, Dr. Jitesh Kumar, Dr. Rao, Dr. Modi, and all dignitaries present and my fellow participants here. Today, I'll be sharing my presentation on emergence of India as the skill capital of the world, global skill capital. So this is an endeavor to understand how India is emerging as the global skill hub, and will analyze the possibilities in its favor and ponder on the path ahead in this journey. So we'll be discussing about the skill gaps across the world, the factors for the global skill shortage, the challenges in meeting this global skill requirement, what is the current skill status of India, what is the government's commitment towards the skill development, and possibilities of meeting this global demand and the path ahead. So it is a global phenomenon that there is a skill shortage being felt around the world. Japan is facing around 81% skill shortage. Brazil and Turkey, they are facing around 63%. Australia, Germany, and USA are facing a skill shortage of 40%. Globally, if we see, there are 45 million shortage in skilled and 40 million in highly skilled workers. Europe is facing a similar difficulty in finding workers with the right skills. US is facing a skill mismatch. Middle East is finding that the job seekers, they are lacking the technical skills along with soft skills. China is also facing the similar problem, but due to the political reasons, they are able to find it the solution locally. And India, with its demographic dividend, has this opportunity to cater the global requirement of skill. And why there is this skill shortage? Because there is a demographic change, and slowly there is a slowing trend in population globally being felt. And due to the disruptions in the market, economic transformation, the skill requirement is changing in both inter and intra sectors. The movement from labor-intensive manufacturing to a higher value-added manufacturing demands is being felt. And today, there is no demand for a worker with a single skill set. All that industry requires is worker with integrated skill sets. So there is oversupply of unskilled, ill-skilled, and inadequate skilled workers, but we need the right skilled workers who are ready for the 21st century. India is the largest supplier of workers in the world, yet there is a lot of challenges when we want to meet the global shortage of skill because of the structural challenges. Indian overseas seekers, they're actually at the lowest level of skills and earning bracket, and there is no match in the informal worker and the job match, which makes the situation very chancy and risky. The cost to migrate to overseas is also very prohibitive, and there is lack of facility from the government side for making this international mobility better for the workers to seek employment elsewhere in other countries. And if we see, there is a huge demand of around 500 million plus skilled workers, which is being estimated. But out of that, only 2% of workforce is only skilled, and 93% of workforce is in the unorganized or informal sector, which is not connected to the structured system of skill development. And Dr. Rao has already highlighted this, that the engineering and MBA graduates, they are passing out, but they are not employable because they are not industry fit. The students, those who are coming out of the academia, they should be rightly skilled, and the skills should be as per the industry. So a lot of changes is required there. And also there is generational transformation, and we need to deliver the required 21st century skills. If you see the government's commitment into it, the Skilled India Mission was launched in 2014, and a separate ministry, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, was also formed. And a lot of departments work under MSD, like DGT, NSDA, and NCVT, NSDF. And they all target towards skilling the population, the youth in this country. MSD also coordinates with the existing skill development centers, universities, and other ministries, so that the skill development mission is well implemented. And the Skill India is now not only restricting to the domestic market, but it is aggressively engaging to promote cross-geographical exposure and opportunities in the international market. Definitely, there is a demographic dividend because of the huge youth population of India. But as UNDP projected, by 2050, India would dominating the growth in the working age population, as over 1 billion people would be entering into workforce. In the next 20 years, the labor force in the industrialized world would be declining, and in India it would be increasing by 32%. So there is a huge opportunity to invest in the education and skilling of this huge youth population. If the workforce and the people to enter the workforce are trained well, they with effective skill development, then there can be a surplus of around 47 million skilled workforce, which can cater to the world demand of skill. What is required is a collaboration of stakeholders, the academia, training providers, government agencies, sector skill councils, industry. They all need to collaborate with each other. A greater partnership with the private sector is also required. And then we need to also leverage on the digital technology. And there should be government-to-government arrangements, as it will help in the international mobility of the labor. We should also learn from the best practices that is available in the global best practices. Like we can learn from the Germany's dual training system, UK's Trailblazer apprenticeship model, US's Interwind network, and Australia's movement between formal and technical education and the National Quality Assurance Framework. Then Malaysia's PPP model, Canada's wide range of course offering, and China's performance metrics. So we can take the best out of this, and we can frame our own system so that we can march towards being the global leader in skill. And to conclude, we have to learn from the global best practices on skill development and vocational training, so that we can become the global head in this. And to cater the global market, the skill development is required to be undertaken on a mission mode by incorporating all the key components. And the opportunity definitely exists to become the global skill capital, but yet India is not ready at present. And a structured approach encompassing multiple areas is required to be adopted for unleashing the potential of this demographic dividend and replacing its real benefit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bhushan ji. The next presenter is at serial number 4, Madhu Verma ji. Yes, Madhu ji, please unmute. Please unmute. Okay, the next presenter is Nidhi Jain. Nidhi Jain ji, please unmute. She is Junior Research Fellow from Jain and Vyas University, Jaipur. Please unmute. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
your video also. Okay.
Sir, 1 second. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Is my screen is visible to you, sir?
Yeah, it's visible, but actually some network problem from your side, and your voice is echoing also. So please check it and you can start. Please unmute yourself.
Is it okay
Yes.
now, sir?
Yeah, it's okay. Please start.
Okay. A very good evening to all the honorable judges and my dear participants. Today the topic of my presentation is work-life balance and job satisfaction among the working women in education sector. A comparative study of women working in the private sector and the public sector. A brief introduction about me. I am Nidhi Jain, Junior Research Fellow in the Department of Management Studies, Jain and Vyas University, Jodhpur. Work-life balance has always been apprehension for women. Previous research studies have revealed the importance of work-life balance and its impact on women. The critical must ensure an adequate work-life balance for women is being deserted by organizations, particularly educational institutions. This research study tries to draw attention to the work-life balance of women working in the educational field and to hold out a comparative study of the work life of women teachers between private and public educational institutions. Both qualitative and quantitative approaches would be used for a better understanding of the variables affecting personal life and daily lifetime of women teachers, and therefore the ways she will maintain the balance in her life at the two fronts. This downturn has elevated the matter of their job satisfaction and security. Women teachers are under tremendous pressure for completing their task at work and individual course. Objective of the study is to gaze at the perceptions of women's teacher at the workplace on work-life balance and their association in the institutions, to review the impact of policies and practices adopted by various institutions on women teachers, to unveil the standard of family life and private growth of women's teachers in the current scenario, to gauge the effect of the socio-psychological impact on the family-related problems with the women's teachers, and last but not the least, to look at the satisfaction levels of women teachers concerning their careers. Based on our literature review, we have constructed two hypotheses. First is there is no significant difference in perception of the working women in the education sector, a comparative study. Second null hypothesis is there is no significant difference in the impact of policies and practices adopted by the institution in the education sector. Research methodology we have adopted is as follows. The researcher, on completion of the pilot study, has collected the specified data using the schedule, interview, and observation methods. One comprehensive schedule was designed for the aim of the study, which forms the third important source of knowledge collection. The researcher has personally visited all the chosen universities and colleges and administered the schedule covering all sorts of cadres of teachers. We have also collected secondary data through various documentary sources like files, brochures, books and journals, and online data search etc. on work-life balance and its impact on job satisfaction. On completion of our pilot study, we have collected the specified data using the schedule, interview and observation methods. Results and analysis is as shown as in the graph. You can see the graph in my slide, on my slide. Analysis of the study is as follows. The standardized factor loading of the variables in job satisfaction is varying from 0.61 to 0.95, which indicates the content validity of the construct. The standardized factor loading of the variables in job satisfaction is very much significant at a 5% level, which reveals its convergent validity. They included 9 variables in job satisfaction, explaining it to the extent of 87.22%, since its Cronbach alpha is 0.8722. After doing the study, we can conclude the report work-life balance was the most focused. The institutions or workplace is found to be extremely liable for work-life balance, and the organization must support work-life balance to market a decent and healthy work-life balance among its employees, so that it may be beneficial for both the worker and for the organization's overall development. Since it had been a comparative study, there have been certain aspects where the difference in opinion was found between the two sectors. There have been areas associated with work where organizational support was lacking. The role of family played a critical role in maintaining work-life balance, and it also had a serious role in achieving job satisfaction. It also been observed that employment-life conflict also has an impression on work-life balance, which conflict between work and life discourages a balance between work and life. Thank you.
Nidhi ma'am, you may stop sharing now. It was nice. Actually, this is the right way to present because she had taken all the objectives and hypothesis in a proper manner. Very nice, Nidhi ma'am. Next presenter, please. Ravi sir, who is the next presenter?
Yes, ma'am. The next presenter is, it's serial number 6, Edgar D'Souza, research scholar from Goa University. Edgar ji, please unmute kar lijiye. Please unmute yourself. Yeah, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
All right.
Sir, please start.
Please unmute. Please unmute, Edgar ji. Yes, now you can start, please. Your video is visible. PPT is visible.
Okay, yeah, so the topic of my presentation is factors driving the children's choice of alcohol and dreamscapes. I remember in my last presentation in your forum, I was told to add a tagline saying that alcohol consumption is injurious to health. So I start by saying alcohol consumption is injurious to health. Okay, yeah, taking by guidelines. My table of content, introduction, literature review, I'll be looking at the methodology and findings and discussion. So talking of the introduction, so this present research attempts to examine factors, tourist factors influencing the choice of alcohol and the choice of dreamscape at a tourist destination. This paper contributes to destination and tourism management research by establishing the study of dreamscapes, that is the drinking location, and providing a new framework for analyzing the elements influencing the selection of the drinkscape, that is the place where they drink, and the destination. So this study might assist beverage managers in creating a good experience that satisfies tourist drinking preferences and increase tourist level of satisfaction at a destination. So my literature review, the critical framework defines three key concepts, that is the tourist's past experience and knowledge related to alcohol consumption, the choice of alcohol, and the choice of drinkscape and their interlinkages. So I will not go through the literature review per se, but these are the three areas that I looked at, and the research gaps were so far there has been no empirical study that has investigated tourists' past knowledge and past experiences that influence the choice of alcohol and the choice of drinkscape at a tourist destination. And literature also reveals very little theoretical understanding about the drinking experiences from the motivational perspective. Currently, not much is known about the influences or motives of a tourist selection of drinkscape, choice of alcohol, or the influence of the choice of alcohol on the choice of drinkscapes. So the objectives of my study is to develop a scale to measure the tourist knowledge of alcohol and the past experience of alcohol consumption, the choice of alcohol and the choice of drinkscapes, and to test whether the tourist knowledge of alcohol and past experience of alcohol consumption influences the choice of alcohol and the choice of drinkscapes. An initial list of 25 items was generated on aspects related to tourist knowledge and past experience related to the alcohol consumption, choice of alcohol, and choice of drinkscapes. And items related to check the tourist knowledge and past experience were developed and checked for the relevance, clarity, simplicity, which was done. And a pilot study of 50 questionnaires was conducted to ensure that the scale reliability was fine. Cronbach alpha was all right. The questionnaire collection was done in Goa, and basically I had visited different restaurants, different drinkscapes where the tourists consumed alcohol, and my sample was basically the people who consumed alcohol in these drinkscapes. Totally 550 responses were received, out of which 481 valid responses were used for data analysis. This was the demographic profiles. So when we spoke about the rankings for alcohol, the top 5 essential attributes for choice of alcohol were taste, quality, quantity to be consumed, brand, and level of intoxication. So basically, the drinkscape managers, they were saying that the suggestions and things like that are not really looked at, basically because consumers basically have a favorite choice of alcohol, and it does not change irrespective of the place or the people they are with. Then rankings for choice of drinkscapes, we see that the mean scores of the choice of drinkscapes were calculated and results were reported over here. And the top 5 were ambience, entertainment, safe environment, comfortable seating, and clean surroundings, indicating the choice of drinkscapes. An expert factor analysis was done, okay, and basically the 3 factors that came out were well within our theoretical propositions. The KMO, the Cronbach alpha, they were all perfect. The hypothesis that we were testing was that there's a significant impact of tourist knowledge and past experience on the choice of alcohol. There's a significant impact of tourist knowledge and past experience on the choice of drinkscape, and there's a significant impact of the choice of alcohol on the choice of drinkscapes. So basically, this was the linear regression that we had done, and the p-value was significant in all these areas, which suggested that the dependent variable was regressed on the predicting tourist knowledge and past experience. The dependent variable of drinkscape was regressed on the predicting variable choices, and it shows that they play a significant role in influencing the choice of drinkscape or the choice of alcohol. First tabulation over here, it shows that the respondents who prefer to have whiskey, gin, brandy, rum, and wine, they chose restaurants as their favorite drinkscape, while those who prefer to have vodka, tequila, they chose discotheques or karaoke bars as their favorite drinkscape, whereas Feni lovers, they prefer to drink in a pub or a tavern, and those who like to have beers, cocktails, prefer a beach shack, okay, and those who like liqueurs were generally going for a lounge. Pearson chi-square test value was 195.860 and the p-value was 0.000, indicating a significant association between the choice of alcohol and the choice of dreamscape. This was tested as well. Coming to conclusion, the traveler's alcohol consumption experience influences the choice of alcohol as well as the place of consumption. This is aligned with the Cernscape paradigm presented by Bittner in 1992 and the experience-scape thinking by Mossberg, which postulates that the consumption setting influences consumer experiences. Considering the geographical content, this study has enriched the body of hospitality management literature by providing a better understanding of alcohol tourism in Goa, one of India's favorite tourism. It also contributed to the literature, of course. When we talk about managerial implications, results indicated that the tourists visited a drinkscape based on the type of alcohol they wish to consume. Drinkscape should therefore have a beverage list that suits the type of clientele, stands out with good brands, have a good variety of quality alcoholic beverages. Results also indicated that the marketer should provide a unique ambience and decor to invoke a more favorable perception. And as the individual's experience and knowledge influences.
That's we got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very lovely presentation, but I'm so sorry I'll have to stop because it was almost completed also, but I would request all the participants, though we know that this is the platform for participants only, but looking at the time, please try to cut short your presentation and limit it only to research methodology, objectives and conclusions. Idgar sir, how did you make this PPT? Was it on PowerPoint or was it on Canva?
Ma'am, I used PowerPoint only, but I used background pictures from Google and I used that.
Wow, lovely, lovely PPT. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next presenter is Dr. Sapna Vishnoi, Lecturer, Department of English, DAV College, Dehradun. Yes, Sapna ji, please, you can start.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sapna Vishnoi, Department of English, DAV PG College, Dehradun. The title of my paper is Copperwood Trilogy Through Dresser's Mind. In the times of American transformation, Dresser observed the sudden rise of great financial barons. The conservative mercantilism changed to the period of finance capital. Dresser exposed their misdirected American energy, and his trilogy of novels revealed a new materialistic aspect of American dream. Money, art, and glory, including women, were shown to dominate average American life in cities. Greed turned humans into predator, and survival in society was based on their predatory skills. Trilogy that included the Financer, the Titan, and the Stoic actually revealed the enterprise's business orientation of average Americans. These novels connected the American capitalism that spread in later part of 19th century. Here, Dresser was inspired by the life of a Philadelphia tycoon, Charles Tyson Yerkes, and replicated a fictional character, Frank Elgerson Copperwood, who reflected the contemporary American life. American social fabric showed a drastic change from middle of 19th century up to the end of Civil War. Industrialization of America was on the horizon, and necessary infrastructure, including canals and railways, were being planned to link all the regions of America, thereby connecting them to nodal centers or growth like Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York. Several opportunities opened up, and enterprising people, including many manipulators, rose from rags to riches in this newly evolving world order. Average American became more greedy, and rapid colonization of Western lands was in progress. In the late 19th century, Dresser put his observation about American capitalism in the form of 3 connecting novels that made a trilogy. Copperwood was an over-ambitious businessman, and his life was wrecked by the financial crisis of 1873. This was described by Dresser in The Financial, which was his first novel of trilogy. In The Titan, which was his second novel of trilogy. Dresser continues to elaborate the life of Copperwood, who now left the prison and goes to Chicago to salvage his fortune, but had to suffer due to his past. Later, Copperwood moves to London and tries his fortunes in a new underground railway system. So, American capitalism was well described by Dresser in his trilogy of desire. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sapna ma'am. Ravi sir, next participant.
Yeah, thank you. Next participant is a serial number 10, Dr. Asim Ray, Faculty and Course Coordinator from Delhi, Ambedkar University, Delhi. Please, Asim ji, please unmute.
Am I audible?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
you are audible.
Can I share the screen?
Please share, please share.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible. So kindly show your objectives, research methodology and conclusion only.
Okay, okay. So my topic is the new pandemic policy Arogya Setu for mass surveillance in India to fight COVID-19. Arogya Setu in world scenario, world is facing like third world like situation, COVID-19 outbreak in China, and that spread all over the world in March 2020. Arogya Setu is based on the idea of technological solutionism. The app seeks continuous access to location information through the GPS and Bluetooth technologies to alert people to follow the social distancing protocol and COVID-19 hotspot. And these are the different apps which is used in the different countries. And now I am giving you the little bit idea about the Arogya Setu. On April 2020, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India developed a contract tracing mobile app called Arogya Setu. Arogya Setu app was developed with the objective of build a made in India contract tracing app in a record time of around 21 days. Arogya Setu app has been developed in collaboration with the government, industry, and academia and citizens. The app is available in 12 languages. The app is available on Android, iOS, and other platforms. Arogya Setu interactive voice response system is used for registering in this app. Arogya Setu app, we can upgrade the vaccination status. These are the different criteria. Fully vaccinated people will get a blue shield on the homepage of the Arogya Setu app. Those who have got a single dose will get a single blue border with single tick. Registered organization and business entity in India with more than 50 employees can get the health status of their employees or any other Arogya Setu users if they have given their consent. Now, these are the different shortcomings of Arogya Setu app. App success depends on the reporting by infectious person, which depends on the number of testing. And if the number of testing is more obviously, we will get the accurate information. There is one-time password registration, poor user interface, and unnecessary use of Bluetooth, making the device vulnerable. Bug within the software. These are the different shortcomings. Next one is privacy right and Arogya Setu. Individual data can be stored in the app only for 30 days. Arogya Setu Emergency Data Access and Knowledge Protocol 2020 enhanced the prior retention of data from 60 days to 180 days. Under section 51 to 60, the Disaster Management Act 19.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Asim. You have done really hard work and made a wonderful slide. But actually, no, please keep
Yes,
sharing.
time is
Please.
the limit. Yes,
Please,
yes.
no, please keep sharing, but please complete your conclusion. At least give your conclusion.
Okay.
Sir.
I am coming on the conclusion.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
As per the conclusion is concerned, it is useful and trustworthy app for keeping away the hidden enemy like COVID-19. It helps authorities to make greater data-driven decisions and real-time data collections. Most of the users are optimistic about Arogya Setu app. Users demand additional features such as geolocation tracking, timely COVID-19 updates, information on red, orange, and green zone, but deployment in non-smartphone platforms. Government must focus on fixing the bugs, improving the quality of data collection and users' privacy. To ensure the reliability of information provided by the user, there should be cross-verification of data. The key pillars of Arogya Setu is transparency, privacy, security, and open source software. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Dr. Khushbu Niarta, Assistant Professor from Government College, Kota, Rajasthan. Khushbu ji, please unmute. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, I'll start sharing my screen.
Yeah, please share. No problem.
Sir, I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Give me a moment. So good evening to all of you. I'm going to make my presentation on subconscious brand washing and overview. We all know what does brainwashing means. Just give me a moment. Sir, how to enter it into a presentation mode?
You can click on the slideshow above.
Either slideshow or you can do F5 also. It will take you to slideshow.
Nearby.
Okay, no, sir, I think it is not taking my commands. I'll just
scroll.
No problem.
It looks good. No problem. You can continue.
Sir, I hope my next slide is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
So the agenda for this presentation would be in this flow. I will be discussing about concepts and emergence of terms, techniques used in brand washing, prominent examples from the industry, and how it is related to artificial intelligence, significance in digital marketing, and in the end, key concerns. First of all, when we talk about brand washing, how the brand washing term has come into the fashion. Brainwashing, we all know, is a way of conditioning the brain to make someone act the way you want. Similarly, brand washing, conditioning brain to act towards a brain's stimuli. So when brand and brainwashing, they combine, it becomes brand washing. It is synonymous to brain whispering also. And more popularly these days, it is known as neuromarketing. So basically our entire presentation and the content would be focused on neuromarketing. And subconscious, we all know that part of the mind of which one is not fully aware, but which influences one's actions and feelings. The term originated in year 1990 and then taken further in 2002. The popular names to bring neuromarketing into fashion are Gerald Zoltman and Ale Schmitz. Neuromarketing, whenever we talk about marketing, there are so many types of marketing, but neuromarketing is still an infant in the marketing world. Neuromarketing is a commercial marketing communication subconscious reactions to new products. Since less than 5% of our brain is occupied with conscious activity, our conscious response to a product may not accurately reflect subconscious activity that often controls our actions. Therefore, this methodology allows marketers to access the subconscious desires that cannot be openly expressed by consumers in traditional methods. And as we all know, emotions are integral to purchase decisions. Therefore, all the marketing companies try to tap that area of a buyer's brain. The techniques that neuromarketing uses are MRI, fMRI, EEG, eye tracking, and biometrics. Insights obtained from these techniques result in more accuracy than traditional focus group responses, as they were gleaned directly into from the brain and therefore uncontaminated by cognitive bias. What is a cognitive bias? It is a systematic error in thinking that impacts one's choices and judgments. I'll talk about a popular case study here. It's from famous Coca-Cola versus Pepsi case, where Coca-Cola brand washed the taste belonging to Pepsi in its focus group and made people believe that they like the taste of Coca-Cola more. In other words, a brand can hijack our brains to a certain degree. Another example is from a more popular online seller giant, Amazon. Amazon website is optimized for maximum product sales by applying neuromarketing principles. It constantly tests and applies brain-aware concepts in its marketing. We all have a habit of buying so many things from Amazon, and we all have noticed, may have noticed, that whenever we are about to make a purchase, a sudden pop-up comes just beneath our chosen product that offers choices for us to look for more options. They may have similar qualities but a lesser price or different or related features. And there's a tag written Amazon's choice. These small things influence our brain in making a purchase decision. These are some popular brands across the globe that use neuromarketing to tap the buy button of their target consumers. And there's a small video also. I'll just quickly play it so that you can see. On the right hand side, different areas of brains are shown, and how change in scenes and change in actions provide stimulus to our brains, and that how we make a purchase decision. On the right hand side, different activities are shown in our brain, and that is how these neuromarketing techniques, they capture what actually our mind is saying to us in our subconscious, not what we feel. So this provides companies a better idea to make a proper product or upgrade its features. Neuromarketing, when mixes with digital marketing, can create a furthermore good platform for promotions. Discovering the buy button in the brain of consumers is easier through this approach. Digital marketing is more about psychology than about technology, and an effective marketing channel taps on both conscious and subconscious minds of the prospect. When it is related to artificial intelligence and neuromarketing, artificial intelligence is a software engineering product, whereas neuromarketing combines neuroscience and psychology. So these two things may not be mixed, because sometimes people come up with the idea that people are using artificial intelligence, then how come neuromarketing is different? These both are totally different. And if a company combines both, they can generate an explosively powerful result. So the key concern through this entire presentation and my focus area of paper that I have written is the impact of neuromarketing, that although it is a very good and a trendy marketing technique to capture their target customer's mind, but it is really helping consumers to make right decisions, because we all may have come across a popular ad of Whitehead Junior recently. They impact on younger generation mind and tender minds of kids. As for them, advertisements are no less than a reality. It may impact their natural growth. They also challenge ethical standards, and their applicability needs to be revised, as digitalization is a need of hour, especially during post-pandemic era. So whether influencing a buyer's mind at subconscious level is actually right or not, this has to be studied, and it unduly influences consumers also. I'll end my presentation.
Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am,
so
this is my
much.
last slide.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, this is my last slide, and these are popular advertisements that have used neuromarketing but have failed miserably after spending so much money. So with this, I end my presentation.
Your
Thank
topic
you so
and your
much.
presentation both are very, very interesting, and we really wish that we could have understood in much detail. It was really very nice, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I hope I have stopped presenting my screen also, and I'm back to
It was really wonderful presentation, Dr. Khushbu.
Thank you so much for giving me.
Thank you so much. Next presenter is Mr. Anag, Research Scholar, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala. Mr. Anag, please unmute. Yes, please start.
I think you can hear me. I'm audible.
Actually, some network issue from your side. Your voice is breaking, actually.
I'm audible. I think I'm audible.
No, you are not clearly audible. Your voice is breaking, actually. So either you can switch off your camera, you can switch off your video, or then you can give your presentation. I think it will high your bandwidth. Hello. Yeah, Mr. Anag, are you there?
No. My presentation is heterofascism, analyzing the social issues in Kerala. So this is my presentation. I think my slide is quite visible. So I will directly go to my objectives. There are broadly 5 objectives to know how people who identify as non-binary navigate a world that sees gender in binary terms, to contrast how LGBTIQA people experience life in society, to compare and contrast laws and culture within the country, which are the most and least accepting of LGBTQIA people, to know how are transgender people transforming the medical establishment, and finally to know the history of how LGBTQIA people have or have not been integrated into the priesthood of a particular faith. The methodology is convenient sampling with 5 as false sampling. So introduction of my presentation is lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender people are more likely to experience intolerance, discrimination, harassment and the threat of violence due to their sexual orientation than those that identify themselves as heterosexual. This is due to the homophobia, that is the fear or hatred of homosexuality. Some of the factors that may reinforce homophobia on a larger scale are moral, religious and political beliefs of a dominant group. In some countries, homosexuality is illegal and punishable by fines, imprisonment, life imprisonment, and even the death penalty. Human sexuality is diversely experienced and can be fixed or fluid. That is what we have to understand at the place. So, in a broader sense, the fact that the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, drafted in 1948, does not specifically include sexual orientation, allows some people to consider LGBT rights debatable. The declaration does, however, state that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind. Now, more and more people are openly expressing, especially in Kerala, after the 2014 NALSA judgment and 2015 Kerala transgender policy, and after the decriminalization of IPC 377, their sexual orientation and organizing and demanding their rights. Because of the work of these groups and their allies, acceptance of LGBT rights around the world is growing, and governments in certain countries are beginning to legislate in favor of LGBT rights and anti-discrimination laws. Influential international human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch continue to run effective campaigns. So statement of the problem is, in the coming years, the major issues for LGBT rights on a global scale will be eradicated persecution based on sexual orientation. So directly going, without explaining, as I've already given a good amount of introduction, I'm going to the observations. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people face tremendous difficulties growing up in a society where heterosexuality is often presented as the only acceptable orientation and homosexuality is regarded as deviant. They continue to face discrimination and exclusion across the world, specifically in Kerala and Indian countries as well. So in the labor market, a majority of LGBT people continue to hide their sexual orientation or to endure harassment out of fear of losing their job. Particularly vulnerable are young LGBT people who experience estrangement from family and friendship networks, harassment at school and invisibility, which can lead in some cases to underachievement at school dropout, mental ill health and homelessness. So impact of exclusion and discrimination, the major observation of my study is that dropping out of school earlier stage, leaving home and family, unable to find regular jobs, have lost less options than others, being ignored in the community and isolated, unable to access various services and unaware of what they are entitled to. Mobility, move to other areas such as the city and urban areas. So concluding my presentation, I would like to say that male or female sexuality is blurred further with the existence of transgender, transsexual, and intersex identified people. Heterosexuality should no longer be assumed. This assumption is called heterosexism, and it should be, and it is now turning into heterofascism. Although many societies have made significant strides in human rights advocacy, LGBT rights struggle to find universal acceptance. Thank you. Rainbow love to all.
Thank you, sir. I would request all the participants, if you're presenting PPT, kindly give the gist of it in spite of reading the whole content, because that would be very time taking. So the next participant is?
Next participant, Suraj Agarwala. Please, Suraj Agarwala ji, please unmute kar lijiye. Mr. Suraj Agarwala.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen. If it is visible, please let me know.
Yeah, it's visible. Please.
Is it visible?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. The topic is study of impact of human resource accounting practices on motivation level of the employees. Due to lack of time, I just want to go directly to the next part of it. Here you can see that the person is saying that you are very costly to the organization, and the person who is working, he is saying that I am happy to know my value in the organization. So the lady is asking what they are talking about. It is all about HRA, human resource accounting. Human resource accounting is nothing but identifying the cost and value of the employee and communicating it and measuring the cost and value. And according to that, the report will be generated and then it will be conveyed to the related parties. You can see that in the world, all the assets are human driven, because human only the person who is operating all these assets. So if we want to take maximum output of the assets or resources, then the human should be motivated in well manner so that they will be able to get the highest return of the investment. Talking about the motivation, Hasbro theory and Maslow's theory talks about the motivational factor, where the satisfier motivators should be increased and the dissatisfier hygiene factor as per the Hasbro law should be reduced so that the motivation will be increased. Maslow's theory, motivation like psychological need, safety need of love, affection, then esteem, self-actualization. My topic is totally based on these particular parameters, these particular factors of motivation. So I have tried to, these are the review of literature. I'm not going in details. The impact of HR on motivation level, how it is impacting the motivation level, like if the person who is working, he or she knows about the cost and value of that particular person, then that person can motivate themselves by getting the recognition or the value or the self-respect or self-contented or the interpersonal relationship or compensation policies. So directly I'm going to the research method need of the study, as human resource accounting is an infant stage in India. So there is a particular need of this particular human resource accounting practices to be implemented. Basically, I have taken hospital because this is particularly a service sector and where the importance of human is very considerable. So I have taken this particular area of research, that human resource accounting in particular government to study the impact of the human resource accounting practices on motivational level. I have taken two hypotheses, like null hypothesis. I have taken gender wise, there is no significant difference in impact of the human resource accounting practices. And another one is there are different factors which is contributing to employees' motivation level. So I'm directly going to the data analysis. The first hypothesis, the sample size is 100. where 60 female and 40 females has answered my questions. The study primary data I have collected through questionnaire, and the hypothesis testing which I have done for this particular hypothesis one, that is Z test and chi-square test, and validity using by Kramer's we used. The tool I have used, that is Wasserstat for the chi-square test. Now, if you'll see here, the p-value as per the Z test 2 sample for means, it is more than 0.05. So the null hypothesis is accepted. So there is no difference opinion gender wise that the motivation level impacted by the HRA. Both male and female, both the person motivates due to the implementation of human resource accounting practices, where they are able to know their cost invested by the company to them and the value which they have created out of the skills they have acquired. The second hypothesis is about, I have done the factor analysis, because there are many factors like recognition, contribution, monetary values, then value, satisfaction, personal growth, remuneration, teamwork, self-containment, then self-respect. So we can see that the cumulative percentage is 80.33%. So there are many factors which implies the motivational factor through the use of HRA practices. I have shown this tree plot also. Here, the value, if you see,
Suraj sir, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
so sorry
yes.
to interrupt, but it will be difficult to understand the data in such a small time.
Yes.
Could you please come
Yes.
to the conclusion, like what
I'm
this
concluding.
data tells?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. So according to the testing, the first hypothesis testing, null hypothesis accepted, where HRA implementation has impact on motivation level of employees without differentiation in the gender, and the factors which are important for the motivational level, it is also impacted by the application of human resource accounting practices in particular government hospitals of Mumbai. The recommendation is that the further research can take place by the researcher, that how HRA reporting system can be enhanced in so that the work culture will be enhanced through positive motivational factor, and that is the recommendation from my side. These are the references. So thank you everyone, listens very patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Surajji. The next presenter is Ibo Tombi Thombam from Manipur. Please unmute. Unmute, sir, unmute. Please unmute yourself. Yes, yes, please start.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all of you getting this opportunity, and by taking this advantage. Now let me share my screen. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. The topic of my presentation, food processing enterprises and assessment of growth engine for low industrial base region with special reference to Manipur, or particularly in the northeastern regions. The northeastern regions with its agro-friendly climate and agrarian roots has the potential to be a sunrise zone for food processing and other agribusiness. The weather and availability of water and conducive for food cultivations, and is especially suitable for growing horticultural produce. The various subsidies and benefits relating to excise duty, transport, capital investment, interest on working capital, and income tax extended by the government, all this sets the stage for making food processing a lucrative options in Northeast. In the present scenario, the food processing industry is mainly operated on a small scale and small numbers. Like with the rest of India, the food processing industry in the NER, Northeastern region, is mainly unorganized, works on a smaller scale. On account, enterprises hold the highest share in unorganized sector. The huge presence of the unorganized sector can be attributed to the fact that most of the units in the unorganized sectors are less capital intensive, and easy availability of raw materials makes it more attractive for small entrepreneurs. And see now, let's see the general status of food processing sector in India. And this data is on the basis of Ministry of Food Processing Industries report 2020 and 21. And this data shows the importance of food processing, particularly in India. In 2013 and 14, gross value added 90.64, and I mean for the all India. And in the same year, the gross value added for food processing enterprises 1.3, and here see in the 2014 and 15 1.34, 1.61, 1.79, 1.991, 2.08, and percentage growth of average annual growth rate for food processing enterprises in India 0.39, 3.08, I mean in the year 2014 and 15, and 20.15 in the year 2015 and 16, and 11.18 in 2016 and 17, and 6.70 in 2017 and 18, and 8.90 in 2018 and 19. So far, we are getting these gross value added contributions up to 2018 and 19 as per the ministry report of 2021. And during the last 5 years,
I would like to interrupt you. I'm really sorry, but sir, data we can see on the screen. Could you please tell us that what you have derived from this data? The data you have collected, very nice, but now what is the derivation or conclusion out of this data?
Okay, from this data, Madam, I wanted to show the importance of these sectors, particularly not only in India, in the entire northern states, to generate employment, income generations, and enhance economic growth. And then, and my next slide, slide number 3.
So again, there are some data which we can see, because understanding data in a minute will be difficult. So I would request
now you can directly come to conclusion, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, directly come to conclusion, please.
See, just for my findings, I wanted to mention the reasons, particularly northern states and my state, Manipur, why industrially backward in the regions. Okay, here number 1, fragmented and small sized land holdings and lack of common agricultural trading market like an APMC, infrastructural problems, lack of entrepreneurial class, imperfect financial markets, and flight of the capital, and breakdown of the public institutions. I mean the failures of the governments to implement the policies to uplift the industrial sectors of the state and the regions, and law and order. And then here, then there is the reasons for choosing food processing enterprises as a growth engines for the regions. Number 1, reduction of post-harvest losses and improving food distributions. And then 2, create local identity. That is not only enhancing the economic growth, and it is also to create a local identity like Darjeeling tea and Japanese sake like that. Okay, and food processing enterprises is a pro-port activities in the sense that because of its backward linkages, and it can be started with a minimum investment. And number 4, retail connections from manufacturers process in food. I mean, with the producers, particularly the farmers and the manufacturers, can connect through these food processing enterprises. And moreover, this food processing enterprises sector is a very one of the tools, measures to upliftment of the women, particularly empowerment of women. And special incentives from the center and state governments, and this may be the major attractive why the food processing enterprises is a broad regions, particularly industrially backward regions like Manipur, in the northern states. And the sectors also can attract foreign direct investment and export potential, because most of the northern states are neighbor to our countries like Myanmar, Bangladesh. Okay, and then see the conclusions. The availability of abundant inputs are not only the criteria for establishing food processing enterprises. The government policies and initiatives are very crucial for desired outcomes of the economy. A strong bonding and cooperation among the stakeholders, that is farmer, entrepreneurs, the government, financial institutions, and infrastructure systems are needed to achieve sustainable development. To achieve the objectives and targets of economy, each individual stakeholder must function efficiently while cooperating. And with this,
thank you, sir. It was really a wonderful presentation. And I just request to all the participants to please keep it for 3 minutes only, because we have really short of time. Otherwise, it will go for 10 p.m. because there are so many presenters still.
Right.
So next
And otherwise also it will be very difficult to read and understand the data. So kindly come to the conclusion part, the objectives and the conclusions. That would really serve the purpose.
Next presenter is Sushila Chaudhary ji. Please unmute, Sushila ji. Sushila ji, are you there? Okay. Yes, Shefali ji, please unmute. Next presenter, Shefali Mohali, research scholar from Varanasi, UP. Yes, Shefali ji, please start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So am I, like, my slide is visible?
Yes, please continue.
So good evening to all the dignitaries and all the participants. So my paper basically discusses the challenges that are faced by the women at workplace across the globe, and it is a qualitative approach. So coming directly to my, what basically I'm talking about, that majority of women has actually entered the workforce and they are employed in almost every sector. Like, they have women who were like just confined to the kitchen. They have started working as health professionals, lawyers, nurses, doctors, but still they have to face lots of challenges and struggles if they have to maintain their position at the workplace. And the attitude towards women today are still the same, where they have to balance both the house and the house and their work together. So as rightly it is mentioned that women have increased their participation in paid employment considerably during the past 30 years, but men have not increased their participation in housework in the same extent. So considering this part, the major objective of my present study is to examine the major challenges that are faced by women at workplace using a qualitative approach. So the journals were reviewed, and after this, we are running short of time, so I'll not be discussing all these. And after finding all these major challenges, from the above studies, they have consistently pointed out that women are confronted with innumerable challenges at workplace that are hindering their growth and advancement and their career progress at workplace. So these were the some of the challenges that were found in almost all the studies that were reviewed. They had to face the safety issues, the work-family conflict, where they have to balance both the family and the work part, the job insecurity, where they are burdened with a lot of work and they are unable to balance it. So they have a kind of job insecurity that they may lose their job. There's a lack of training opportunities because basically they feel that women are not if you train them and they leave their jobs, it will be like a waste of time to train women. So even today there is a possibility. The harassment at workplace, the negative attitudes or the stereotypes and prejudice towards women still exist even today. The lack of family support that they, because the family also, because they have to balance both the things. So some of the other, family are not supporting women to that extent. And that is why they're facing the conflict. Then there's a lack of role model because mostly in senior positions, there are women. So there is a kind of a discomfort where women are not so comfortable with the male colleagues who are at the top positions. Then there is a discrimination, and the most important barrier or the challenges they face is during the maternity phase, where they are not getting so much of leaves and which they need. So these were some of the challenges that were found. And coming to the recommendations for the future and the concluding comments, basically organizations should provide maternity break to women, and they should include some programs, when after their leave, when they come back, they feel more welcome and included at their work. And the customized support should be provided, because not every woman needs a longer break. So there should be a kind of customized support that should be provided to women. Then the work-life balance, the problem of work-life balance, the organization should try to understand the real problems that women are actually facing, and they are not able to balance their family and their work together. Then the women should be provided a degree of flexibility and autonomy in their decision making. The women will means empowering women leaders, because they are a part of performance improvement strategies, and it will enhance their ability to achieve their objectives. Coming beyond, considering the training part, women leaders should also be, they should not only be provided training, but they should also be aware of the training opportunity that are actually available to them. So the organization should inculcate these planning efforts. Health and wellness programs should be inculcated. Then the coaching and mentoring to the women, because even today women are experiencing self-doubt, and that's why they should be provided proper mentoring with role models. And the networking, if women need to be empowered, I think networking is an important strategy for them, and it will allow them to gain information and identify the personal mentor or supporters that will empower them to face these challenges. And finally, the agenda for the future. In conclusion, like organizations should not only hire women employees, it is not only hiring women employees, but it is also thinking beyond it and providing them with all the facilities they deserve for their better development. So a vital change is actually needed in the attitudes of employees and senior authorities at workplace, the family members, and of course the society. So this is the need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Shefali ma'am.
Thank you so much. It was really wonderful presentation. Ma'am, please unmute. Aarti ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I said that very nice presentation, but Sushila ma'am is also raising the hand. I suppose she's present now.
I will unmute her. You want to ask something to Shefali ji? Aarti ma'am?
No, the topic was nice. I mean, she said that it is a global issue with women, and I agree. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Sushila ji, now you can continue. Sushila Chaudhary, research scholar from Hanumangarh, Rajasthan.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I am Sushila Chaudhary from Bikaner, Rajasthan, working as a senior lecturer at District Institute of Education Training, Bikaner. I am a research scholar of education belonging to Shri Kushal Das University, Pilibanga, Hanumangarh. Title of my paper of topic for PhD degree is Impact of in-service training programs on teaching skills and professional development of teachers. So I have selected related topic for paper presentation through this program. The topic of the paper is teachers professional development and in-service training programs of DIET. Objectives. In the preceding paper, I have discussed about role of DIET in professional development of teachers, new education policy, and place of in-service training programs. Importance of professional development programs for teachers and working of DIET. Teachers' professional development is considered worthwhile since the day of independence of country. Accordingly, DIETs, which are known as District Institute of Education and Training, are set up nationwide as per implementation of Program of Action 1992. Ministry of Human Resources Development, Government of India rightly termed the DIETs as the lighthouses in the field of education. DITE are not only leading elementary and secondary education activities of the concerning district, but also they are responsible for implementing new policies and innovations in the field of education in terms of teachers training programs. These teachers training programs are held by the DITES in two forms. One is supposed for pre-service training programs, and the second one is related to in-service training programs. Here we are discussing about the teachers' professional development, which is directly related to the in-service training programs organized by the DITE. Before proceeding further, it is appropriate to have a look of professional development of teachers. The concept itself related to the improvement of skills of teachers, which in turn boost student outcomes. Now, learning of teachers can take place in formal or informal settings. For various other sectors, formal learning settings include conference, courses, seminars, retreats, and workshops. But for our teachers, formal learning takes place only in DITES. So it is the DITES' sole responsibility to make suitable approaches to enhance professional development of teachers. And no doubt the DITES have provided this all not only for teachers, but to benefit the schemes of government. In the last few years, we have seen that government programs like Leher, Guru Mitra, ABL, and CCE or SIQE well implemented by the teachers through the knowledge they got from the training programs of DITES. DITES are regularly taking efforts to enhance the professional development of teachers. For it, training of teaching subjects are provided along with the training of educational research and work experiences. Professional development of teachers is important as the good teachers are better at teaching students effectively. It is the vision of DITES the teachers have access to continuous learning opportunities and professional development resources. They are better equipped achievements as the ultimate goal of teachers' professional.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. We have really short of time. If you can just conclude your study in just one sentence, that what you wanted to say as a conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Teachers' findings, teachers accepted that they are benefited by the trainings organized by DITE in the learn of their professional development and improving teaching skills. Overall, results are in also favor of investments in the form of trainings. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would request all the participants kindly understand. We know that you have done a lot of hard work, but kindly understand the shortage of time and try to wind up in 2 minutes, 1 minute for your objectives and 1 minute for your conclusion. Thank you so much. We would really appreciate.
Yes, next presenter is Shanu Parasharji, Department of Textiles and Apparel Designing from Udaipur. Shanuji, please unmute. Just please start.
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Good evening, everybody. Let me show my share my screen. Please give me confirmation that my slides are visible or not.
No, ma'am, no, it's not visible. You have to share or you can continue with oral presentation.
Okay, sir. Just a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, now it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Now it's visible. You can continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. My topic is assessment of developed modest bathware outfit on the different parameters. And because of short of time, I am just going on objectives. These are the objectives: to develop modest bathware outfit for women, to assess the developed modest bathware outfit on different parameters. This is the methodology, location, the central area of Rajasthan state in saintly Pushkar town of Ajmer district. Sampling, total 60 respondents were purposely selected because this is a small part of my PhD research work, and this study fulfilled only one objective. That's why we chose only 60 respondents for the interviewing or getting views and opinion from them. A pre-structured interview schedule was formulated, analyzes, the data was coded, tabulated, and suitable statistical measures were applied for conducting the research work. This is the methodology. Development of the modest bathware outfits. All the selected designs of the modest bathware outfits were constructed by researchers, keeping in the mind the appropriateness of the available textile material, accessories, fasteners, etc. Locally to the incorporated accurately the design features. Material use, such materials used which are made by plain weave, twill weave, satin weave types, and which are lightweight or cotton, viscose, polyester, georgette fabric material was used in combination to give desired weight and thickness as per functional features of the design of the bathwear outfits. These are the outfits. In this slide, we can see all the developed modest bathwear outfits, which are developed under considering all the desired requirements which are suggested by women respondents. Findings. These are the acceptance overall outfits by ease in changing, suitability of the material, and overall comfort. This graph, we can see the ease in changing, suitability of the material, overall comfort. By these are giving by the respondents, these opinions by giving by the respondents, and these are the acceptance of bathwear outfits. In conclusion, based on this study, it can be concluded that the respondents selected for the wear trial had positive attitude and gave their valuable opinion. Sorry, where is my slide?
It's okay, ma'am. There was certain technical issue with your slides. No problem, no problem. Please carry on with the conclusion like this only.
Okay. After there, these all outfits were tested for the wear trial in functional, modesty, comfort, aesthetic aspects were analyzed, and women were comfortably changing their clothes by their unique opening and attachment in fasteners like press buttons, Velcro, and all these fasteners. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next presenter is Pankaj Kumar ji. Please unmute. Pankaj Kumar ji.
Ravi sir, what is the serial number? Pankaj sir?
Pankaj sir, 26.
Pankaj ji?
26. Please unmute. I think he's not.
Yes.
Yeah, please start.
Just a moment. I share my screen. Hello.
Please start. Your screen
Sir, it is visible, but I would request you not to read because so much of text reading will take time. Kindly give your objectives.
Okay. Good evening to all, and myself Pankaj Kumar, and I'm presenting my paper title, Mathematical Modeling of Mucus Transport in Diseased Airway, Effect of Constriction of Airway Diameter and Mucus Viscosity. So this is my abstract. Here is the only show is that the flow of mucus is depend on the mucus viscosity. So next, these are the nomenclatures and a brief outline of my PPTs: introduction, mathematical model, analysis, result, and conclusion. So first, I describe my model. This is the model is a considered as a tube model, and here is showing the delta is a constriction, and the model is working as when the some pathology condition of airways, and these are the mathematical equations. First equations is a constriction equations, and second is the Navier-Stokes equations. This is the quasi-steady laminar flow of region 1, and second is the quasi-steady laminar flow of mucus region 2, and these are the initial conditions and boundary conditions and matching conditions. And here is the time dependent pressure gradient is shown as this is the here is the one point is the intensity of prolonged couple, and the this increases the flow rate, increases the proportionally. So this is the graph of this function, and these are the model of solutions, and find the volumetric flow rate of each layer. This is the solution, and I plot the using some parameters like times, length, region, viscosity, and the pressure. These are the graphs. Here is the showing as the constriction is increases and the mucus transported decreases, and also second is the mucus viscosity changes as the mucus transport decreases. And I hope these are the references we use, and thank you for.
Thank you, Pankajji. Have you developed this model yourself?
Yes.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you so much. Yes, serial number 25, Ruhi Rani ji, research scholar from DAV, Indore. Ruhi ji, please unmute.
Respected dignitaries and all my co-scholars, a very fine evening to all of you. Myself, Ruhi Rani, research scholar, DAVV Indore. I'm highly thankful to Inspira for giving me the opportunity to put my thoughts on the topic, metacognition, reframing the frame of thinking. Is it visible? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Metacognition, reframing the frame of thinking. Education is a social progression. Education is an enlargement. It is not only just groundwork for life, but rather it is a life itself. But in this contemporary society, the urgent need of the hour is that we need to shift our focus from what to think to how to think. I'll repeat, we need to shift our focus from what to think to how to think. We need to be more advanced in our own thought process by thinking about each and every alternative process. So for this, a good metacognitive knowledge is going to be our best liberator. If we'll put this in straightforward language, then we can say that metacognition means to have full consciousness about one's knowledge, one's thinking, and about one's understanding. In this paper, I'm outlining how metacognition is beneficial to students. The second focus will be on how to enlighten the students. What are the different ways for improving their metacognition? This term refers to one's understanding of one's own thoughts. For instance, if we scrutinize that we are having added complicatedness in learning X, then Y, or if it occurs to us that we should ascertain Z before taking this as a reality, then at that time we should congratulate ourselves, because at that time we are participating in metacognition. This metacognition is broken down into three mechanisms: metacognitive knowledge, experience, and metacognitive regulation. Metacognitive knowledge can be better understood by declarative knowledge, procedural, and strategic. Declarative knowledge is a type of knowledge to comprehend one's own capability, and procedural is in this a person tries to discern how one can perform the task in a better manner. and strategy can be understood as a pre-planning of any performance. Metacognitive experience, it deals with different kinds of feelings and emotions which are directly aligned with a learning task. Metacognitive regulation is the process of calculating our thoughts in order to perk up our learning. Now we will see a metacognitive approach to tutoring. Students can assist to gain knowledge and seize responsibility of their own wisdom. But for this, we need to divide our lesson into 4 stages. That is use, plan, do, and review. The use stage entails offering students such tasks where they can assess the prior knowledge of a task. And the plan stage entails assigning a job to the students, what methods they will apply, and how long it will take them. Metacognition can also be aided by predicting how well they will do a job, because recognizing what we do not comprehend actually improves our metacognition. And finally, at the review stage, we should give time to students in order to reflect what they have learned and what could they do different next time, and what additional problems could they tackle with this strategy. Now, there are some classroom metacognitive strategies and activities that can be used for improving this, like journals for learning can be used, guidelines for requesting assistance, mnemonics are there, wrappers for exams are there, metacognitive discussion is there, reciprocal education is there, and providing feedback. To wrap up, we can conclude that if we prepare individuals for what to learn, then we are preparing them for past only. But if we prepare them for how to learn, we are preparing them for future. It is only promising through metacognition which helps us to accomplish fineness. With this, I would like to conclude, because somebody has rightly said that time is not the main thing, it is the only thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next presenter is Navneet ji, Navneet Kaur, GNU University, Punjab. Navneet ji, please unmute.
I would request the participants to use PPT as just a tool. It is just a aid. It is just a tool to aid you. Don't just read out of the PPT, because it takes a lot of time and we all can see the PPT.
Please unmute, Navneet ji. Yes, no. Yes, Navneet ji.
Yes, sir.
Please start.
Sir, how to share PPT actually through share screen?
Yes, ma'am. Through share screen, there must be some green icon where it is written share screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Just click on that.
Yes. Okay. Then next step is share.
Ma'am, if you are doing it through a laptop.
Okay.
If you are doing through a laptop, then you have to open PPT on your laptop, because we'll be able to see whatever you do on your laptop now.
Okay, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes. Your picture with the child is there. Now it has come. Yeah.
Is my PPT shown?
Yes, ma'am.
I am going. Good evening, everyone. My name is Navneet Kaur. I'm going to share PPT on research paper exploring the impact of financial inclusion in the state of Punjab. Next, next PPT. So these are presentation outline. First is introduction, review of literature, overview of the research paper, findings and conclusion, then references.
I would request you to please skip introduction and review of literature part and kindly come to the objectives.
Yes, ma'am. So this is the objective of my research paper, is to discuss about financial inclusion, the impact of financial inclusion in the state of Punjab. So from 2005 onwards, financial inclusion is a mission mode, National Financial Inclusion Plan 2010-15, to reach the unreached people so that they will get financial products and services easily, and that would helpful for the economy. The basic purpose of financial inclusion is to looking for a better life. Sorry, I've never used Zoom platform, so I'm facing difficulty.
No problem, ma'am. This is how we learn. No problem at all. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So these are paper which I reviewed for my research paper. So the overview of my research paper is the segment audits a portion of the writing on financial incorporation with an emphasis on non-industrial nations. In the wake of thinking about a couple of general examinations of financial inclusion, it goes to explicit components of incorporation, including admittance to banking, microcredit and microfinance, rural credit for little ranchers, credit for miniature, little and medium ventures, miniature protection for ranchers, medical coverage for poor people, and installments advances. On the interest side, a few papers that examine financial proficiencies are thought of. At last, the conduct part of interest for financial administrations, remembering potential bands for evaluating intertemporal trade-offs which are implied in large number of the investigations of explicit sorts of financial administrations are examined all the more unequivocally. So these are the findings and conclusion. Financial inclusion is described as an attempt to provide financial products and services at an affordable price. The financial inclusion plays a vital role in different countries, but the position of financial inclusion is weak in India as compared to other developed nations. The biggest reason behind is that approximately 72% of the masses spending their lives in villages. Statistics show that there are around 5.94 lakhs villages in the country. The people live in villages are not aware about all the divergent type of financial services. There are many reasons for this, such as poor financial literacy rate, financial behavior, and lack of social inclusion. It can be said that the study of financial inclusion is directly linked with the financial literacy, behavior, and social inclusion. Hence, financial inclusion plays a crucial role in everyone's life. So there is urgent need to develop more plans for the successful implementation of financial inclusion in every part of the country, which would be beneficial for the poor and vulnerable groups of the at large. These are references. So this is my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You may stop sharing now.
Yes, ma'am.
Ravi sir, who is the next participant?
Yes, Vrinda ji, please. Vrinda Dave. Vrinda Dave, research scholar from Gujarat. Please unmute. Please unmute. Vrinda ji, please unmute. Yes.
Hello,
yes.
am I audible?
Yes, yes.
All right. Just 1 minute, I'll share my screen. Yes, I hope my PPT is also visible.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. Ma'am, kindly try to sum up in the important points only, like your objectives and your methodology and conclusion.
Yes, ma'am, surely. I'll try my best for that. Okay, good evening, everyone. My topic is the socio-economic empowerment of self-help group, women in India, with special reference to Gujarat. So self-help group is said to be one of the most important programs in India which has been running, which helps in eradicating poverty and also giving women a self-reliant and self-efficient platform in which they can grow. So talking about the entire the working of the socio-economic development, my objective is basically a review-based paper, which has been talking about the upgradation of economic and social status of women in the society. So for the paper, I have used, I've done various literature review from 5 different geographical areas of India, that is North, East, West, South, and Central. And my special focus has been with reference to Gujarat. So I have taken various reviews of journals from libraries. I've talked about the published thesis. I've talked about the articles out here. So these are the certain lit reviews that I have taken from Gujarat state. From North, I have taken Haryana state. From eastern side, I have taken Assam. Southern part, I have taken Kerala. And the western part I have talked about is Rajasthan. So if we talk about the total rural SHGs in India, so there are a total of around 73,68,248 SHGs, out of which the maximum number has been the maximum number of SHGs have been in central part, that is in Uttar Pradesh, but the performance is not very likely as the review of literatures or various authors that they have put forth. Talking about Gujarat, of course, it is in the second in the list. But if we talk about the overall performance that they have said, that is, if I talk about the Gujarat special reference that I have taken here, so they say that the highly significant difference of mean value of SHG members and non-SHG members have been seen. Economic empowerment of women, like saving investments, self-sufficiency, knowledge and banking system, and skill development have been provided to them. Of course, with the advancement of technology, because a lot of during the pandemic time, they have also adopted the technology and have tried making the maximum utilization of out of it, and the total amount of employment over the time has increased with a good increase in their income. Talking about Haryana, of course, SHG's growth has been seen there, but then the performance which should be likely, or the way the government is trying to promote the scheme, the growth has been seen substantially less. So therefore, there's a dire need for more focus upon the SHGs in Haryana. Talking about the central, like I said, it tops the list when we talk about the number of SHGs, but the social status has been seen, has witnessed a good improvement, but they still require, because of the old thoughts that we talk about, that is the certain prejudices that they hold that the society doesn't want to develop. So that thought process needs to be taken out in order to make sure that the family, and especially the women in the family, are seen working and growing. Talking about the eastern side, we've witnessed a good growth of the entire working of SHGs, and Kerala has shown the maximum improvement whenever I'm talking about the entire working of the SHGs out here. In my conclusion, I would like to say that a notable economic upgradation after joining SHGs has been witnessed amongst all the states of the country. The SHGs of Kerala have been found performing the best as compared to other states. They say that women, both social and economically, are empowered as compared to other states. The planners and policy makers are, trying hard, or they should rather make it a point to use a more strategic planning and social upliftment along with the economic empowerment of women of rural areas overall in India. So this is all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vrindaji. The next presenter is Richa Gupta, research scholar, serial number 33. Richa ji, please unmute. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, sir. So is my screen visible?
No, it's not visible. Yeah, it's visible now.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Good evening, all of you. So my research paper is on future of edtech startup in India. So I'll come directly to the objectives. The objectives of my paper is to analyze the edtech role in India, to understand the factors which are affecting the edtech startups in India, and to examine the future prospects of edtech startup in India. So the research methodology of my paper is that the study represents the future of edtech startups in India, which aims to assess the education-based technical startups. The research also describes the factors which affect the edtech startups in India. The study is based on secondary data. This secondary data is being collected from various research papers, magazines, reports which are being published, and through various other sources. So the conclusion of my paper is based on that in India, online and digital based learning has the full potential to overcome the barriers to assess an equity. It is also an attractive option among the digital native learners and is supported by parents. EdTech platforms have played a pivotal role in offering flexible learning at an affordable price point and meeting the specific needs of the learners without diluting the quality. The future of the learning space will be more on digital technologies rather than the physical infrastructure. EdTech can play the role of enabler to narrow down the social gap between education and learner and thereby help the government and the government policies and the society. A few EdTech startups companies like Unacademy, Byju's are very successful in exploiting the higher education landscape. During the pandemic, partnering with the universities and corporate sectors, the growing working population and corporate sectors are also expected to fuel the growth of the certification segment of the EdTech. The accelerating demand of the EdTech services also brings a good number of job opportunities in the sector and is likely to boost in the economy in the coming years. Due to shortage of time, I have restricted my research paper. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Very crisp. Very nice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter, Harpreet Kaur, research scholar from IKG PTU. Harpreet ji, please unmute. Harpreet ji, are you ready with your presentation? Harpreet Kaur. Okay, Father Baiju Thomas, please unmute. Father Baiju Thomas. Yes, sir. Please unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
Please continue.
Okay. I will present. Can see another slide.
Yes, you are visible. Please continue.
Okay. One minute, sir.
Father Thomas, you may continue, please.
The effective use of auditory. My topic is enhancing teaching learning for students with special educational needs. This is blocking some problem.
Father, are you finding any problem with your audio?
Some problem is there.
Yeah, the voice is little, it is not cracking, actually it is echoing in a different way.
Father Baiju Thomas, please come to the findings and conclusion directly.
Okay, this is a thematic paper. Just
No, please come to the findings and conclusion because we don't have much time. Or you can send your PPT on our mail ID because it is taking too much time, sir.
Okay, I will send. Some problem is there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father. We'll deem it to be read and kindly send your PPT to Ravikant's email ID, sir.
Yes, next presenter is Dr. Kavita Yadav, Associate Professor, University of Delhi. Yes, Dr. Kavita ji, please unmute. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm very much here. Thank you everyone, all the dignitaries present on this prestigious platform, and I'm very happy again to be here. And firstly, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers for giving such a prestigious platform and for bringing all the academicians and thinkers together, so that, you know, it is always a delight to be here. And I'm so happy, extremely happy to see the Aarti ma'am, and she is so nice. And I definitely admire her communicative skills. She's very expressive. Thank you, ma'am. And you look so beautiful and graceful on screen too, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You made my day.
Thank you, ma'am. The title of my paper is Harmonious and Humanitarian Approach, the Fulcrum of Global Health Crisis. COVID-19 pandemic brought the world upside down in several ways, including the attitude of people towards life and each other. Such unprecedented event happens once in a century, been mentioned in the reports by scientists and experts. News across the corner surprised how human lives suffered and came to an end mercilessly in no time. In countries across the globe, the impact of coronavirus crisis is severe on humankind in more than one way. On one hand, this is due to global health and medical emergency, and nations are required to prepare themselves with adequate medical facilities and infrastructure urgently, and losing the employment from the result of subsequent lockdowns, which is declared as elementary measure to combat with this medical emergency in absence of vaccine, with the aim to mitigate risk of hunger, deprivation, and unemployment. Harmonious measures of holding hands and humanitarian empathy among the people beyond the demographic and geographic boundaries are comprehended. The study in this paper puts light on these humanitarian gestures and factors which motivates them to undertake these humanitarian feelings. Later, at the invent of vaccine against coronavirus and inoculation drive, an unparalleled humanity is witnessed among the global citizens. The act of Indian government has been receiving applause for sharing COVID vaccine with more than 60 countries from director WHO and equally from its neighboring South Asian nations on the premises of Maitri initiative. This humanitarian approach at a point of pandemic is the crux of this study. In this time, when modern technology and medical advancements dominates, the harmonious and humanitarian gestures are worth mentioning and provide sufficient grounds to the academicians to research for the psychology and behavior of the human beings from every corner of the planet. National and international coalitions and associations are the aftermath of the pandemic, which are being processed to form the epidemic preparedness and innovations with collaboration from UNICEF and other similar global organizations. Apart from the scientific knowledge and medical treatments, patients are being treated with love, care, empathy, perseverance, and yoga. Yoga and meditation are emerged as pragmatic submission in order to saving life on earth. The objectives of my study are there are two objectives: to appraise the role and contribution of humanitarian approach along with the medicine and hospitalization to the COVID patient, and secondly, further to concoct for similar global health crisis in future. Technology has extensively entered into everyone's life on the ground of rescuing us from isolation, quarantine, during treatment and running economy, be it health sector, education, or corporate sector, progressively in the name of artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, big data analysis, etc., common to learn for. The major learnings from this pandemic summarizes that the harmony of body, mind, and soul with each other is quite essential for survival of human life on this planet. The study is based on the reports from ministries, CMIs, that is Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, UNDP, United Nations Development Program, and global agencies such as WTO, WHO, and IMF. The study is undertaken to assess the harmonious and humanitarian approach in combating the medical emergency in pandemic. To survive and save the human life on earth become the ultimate motto of global leaders. Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Kavita, ma'am. Ravi sir, do we have other participants also?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kavita. Yes, Rajendra Chaudhary ji, please unmute. Rajan Chaudhary ji, please unmute. आप देना चाहते हैं प्रेजेंटेशन? शोधार्थी भूगोल विभाग राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय जयपुर. Rajan Chaudhary ji, please unmute. Okay, so we have done with presentations. Thank you so much to all the presenters. And if still anybody is left for presentation, he or she can write in the chat box their serial number. I will still call you.
Sir, I think Ravi sir, I think one candidate is there.
Okay, Saruka ji, yes. Yes, Saruka ji, please unmute. You can give your presentation.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, little bit slow, but we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So my topic is, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Saruka Kalgutkar, Assistant Professor in Economics, Sridhara Kakulo College, Commerce and Management Studies, Maksa, Goa. The topic is cashless economy in India, present scenario. Objectives, I'll directly go to the objectives of the study. The paper examines the recent scenario of cashless economy in India. The first objective is to highlight the growth trends and patterns of digital payments through various options. Then to understand the position of India worldwide in terms of digital transactions. And the third objective is to understand the share of each digital payment mode. Okay, moving towards the first. If you look at the trend in the digital payment transactions, this is the overall trend. This is the period, especially of the COVID time, from December 19 to December 21, which shows overall, it shows an increasing trend, which is a good sign for an economy. Moving towards the next, I'll skip this. Yes, this is the trends in terms of volumes of payment system. Now, if you look at this graph, UPI stands at a higher rank in terms of volumes of digital payments that are being done, followed by other modes of digital payment. But in terms of values, if you see the amount of the money or the value, you can see that RTGS and the NEFT stands at a higher rank in terms of values of share of payment system. So I'll directly go to the conclusion part. Scenario, the present scenario of this is such that currency in circulation and the cash withdrawal are considered to be the two indicators to understand as how much cash is running in the economy. And these two indicators shows that shows a decreasing trend, which in other words means that we are moving towards the cashless economy. The digital payments in the country have witnessed a compounded annual growth of 61% and 19% in terms of volumes and values, which indicates that we are moving towards the digital payments. Other than this, beside this, there is increase in the infrastructure in terms of bank branches, ATM booths, increase in the demand for mobiles and internet facilities, which again hints towards that the country is moving into the phase of getting more cashless economy. So, however, security and literacy rate can be a problematic, can become a hurdle in achieving this goal of cashless economy. So, necessary steps has to be taken in that direction. So, with this, I will stop here, sir. I won't take much time. I had made a PPT, and that's why I thought I will, give a presentation. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Saruka ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anybody left for presentation? I think we have done with all the presentations. And now, with the permission of the chair, I would like to invite Dr. Aarti Chopra, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association, to announce 5 to announce Inspira Academic Excellence Awards February 2022 and 6 Best Paper Presentation Awards for Technical Session Day 1, that is yesterday, February 25th, 2022. Dr. Aarti.
Thank you so much, Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi, sir. Thank you so much for giving me this utmost pleasure. Before coming to the awards, this was the painful duty which usually most of the times Professor Mehta was doing, but today I had to do to stop the participants, and it is really painful. I can understand today because they have prepared so much, but due to lack of time, we always have to stop them. But we truly admire and we truly appreciate that all the hard work you have put. Thank you so much for being part of this conference. And now I can understand that how difficult it is for sir all the time. Mehta sir, I can understand today. So again, a very good evening to one and you all, everyone present on this mega event. I thank the organizing secretary, Dr. R.K. Modi sir, to bestow me this privilege and pleasure and delight to declare the awards. Inspira Research Association has been according the great personalities in the fields of academics and research, because as I always say that when we recognize the efforts of a person, the result is the person feels spirited and it electrifies a person to achieve more and more. Now in this series today, I'm excited to announce 3 awards, awards in 3 categories. Though we had received CVs from 16 people, but whatever the titles of our awards are, only 3 suited the titles. So we request all the other persons who had sent their CVs to us, please keep sending us, because Inspira has been according so many awards. So definitely next time your CV will fit into some or the other award category. So today we have 3 award categories with us, and before announcing the names, it is my utmost duty, although every time I say the same thing, but it is my utmost duty to repeat it, that as the president of Inspira Research Association, Professor S.S. Modi mentioned in their welcome address, that IRA, Inspira Research Association, is the platform for the promotion of multidisciplinary research with its varied activities. It is a registered organization, and it takes over the activities like hands-on workshops, FDPs, MTPs, conferences, motivational sessions, and it publishes the journals of high repute. So coming back to the awards, this time we had received, as I told you, 16 CVs. And
sorry to interrupt, we can request them to start their videos.
Yes, of course, yes. So sorry, all the participants, kindly start your videos.
Yes, please. Please open your videos.
So it is very, very difficult to choose the best out of all the best, actually. So bestest out of the best. So the first category of Inspira Academic Awards is the Young Researcher Award. Young Researcher Award. And the award goes to Dr. Hina Thanki. Dr. Hina is working as an assistant professor at Shri Jairam Bhai Patel Institute of Business Management and Computer Applications, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. Dr. Hina Thanki, is she here with us?
Yeah, she's. Ma'am, please unmute. Hina ji, congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm humbled.
Congratulations, Hina ma'am. Well deserved. Dr. Hina has been the project coordinator of the project Academic Associate Cost and Management Accounting. She is the honorary project director of International Internship Volunteering Project from the UK. She has published 6 research papers in ABTC and Scopus journals in just 1 year of period. That's really commendable. She has received outstanding performance appreciation for consecutive 4 years for teaching, research, and administration. She has authored a book for the candidates aspiring for UGC NET management. She has certifications in SPSS, financial accounting, behavioral and personal finance, export-import management. She has attended more than 15 FDPs on various topics. Dr. Hina has been invited as an expert for many UG, PG, and PhD students. She is among the top 1% toppers in MOOC courses on behavioral and personal finance and marketing research. Very well deserved. Dr. Hina Thanki, congratulations for achieving this award, that is the Young Researcher Award. A great round of applause for Dr. Hina.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now we move towards the second award. The second category of awards is the Best Scholar Award. The Best Scholar Award, and the awardee is Dr. Sunil Kumar. Dr. Sunil Kumar is presently working as an associate professor at Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi. He has done his PhD in tourism from Himachal Pradesh University. He has over 25 research papers credited to his name in various national and international journals and 5 chapters in edited books. He has completed a research project by ICSSR on sustainable tourism. Today we have talked a lot about tourism. He has presented around 40 research papers in national and international conferences. He has completed 7 refresher courses. Dr. Sunil Kumar is the member of many professional bodies. Congratulations to Dr. Sunil Kumar. Is he here with us, sir?
No, he's not here. Congratulations to Sunil Kumar.
Congratulations to Dr. Sunil Kumar. The beauty of Inspira programs is that at any point of time, anywhere, from anywhere, you can just go to your YouTube channel and you can see the recording of the whole program. Now we move towards the third category of awards. The third category of awards is the Best Researcher Award. And the awardee of the Best Researcher Award is Dr. Suraj Agarwala. Dr. Suraj Agarwala is working as a coordinator for Bachelor of Vocational Program at BK Birla College. He has 15 years of teaching and 4 years of industry experience. Dr. Suraj is a certified trainer for microfinance executive. He is the author of 12 books. He is a motivational speaker at national and international level. He has a YouTube channel also containing motivational videos. The name of the channel was not written in the CV which I received. So Suraj sir, I would request you to please tell the audiences.
Yes. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Please unmute. Please unmute, sir.
So sir, after
you,
your
sir.
introduction, just one more line, and after that we'll be glad to know that what is the name of your YouTube channel where you put your motivational videos so that we'll also be motivated. And Dr. Suraj Agarwala is a regular author in the magazines like Ligate Magazine and The Bliss, etc. So a great round of applause for the Best Researcher Award to Dr. Suraj Agarwala. And now, sir, we would like to know the name of your channel.
Please unmute, sir. Please unmute. Suraj ji, channel kaun sa hai aapka?
It's SRA Info Edutainment.
SRA
Info
okay.
Edutainment.
Just WhatsApp me your channel. I will share.
Yes,
with all the
definitely.
Parties. Thank you.
And I am also a social entrepreneur. Running my social enterprise in our local vicinities, where I have given service of 3-month free food service to the needy people during COVID-19, and I am working on the Gyan Seva. It is all about the needy students who are financially weak. So providing laptop or mobile phones or fees we are paying. Apart from that, we are doing many works under that particular category. So you can see in my name there is a in bracket it is written E Satwat.
Yes,
so
sir.
I have one particular website also which is called as www.esatwat.in. So there one learning management system and learning support system we are running, like free seminar, webinars, and this particular type of competitions to motivate the learners.
Congratulations, Suraj.
Thank you.
That's very nice, sir. I'll also connect with you because in my modest capacity, very small capacity, which I have been able to do, but I have also been contributing to this. I have been paying fee of many needy students all through these years. So I'll also connect with you. Thank you so much, sir. And if we are talking about the motivational speaker, we have Professor Mehta with us. So one more, the immense and significant motivational speaker we have with us. So congratulations to all the 3 winners. A great round of applause for all the winners. Thank you so much. Congratulations to each one of you. And now we move towards the next category of awards, that is the Best Paper Presentation Awards. The Best Paper Presentation Awards for day 1, that is February 25th, 2022. That means yesterday's session, technical session 1. So I'll start with the 3rd prize. The 3rd position, we have 2 winners with us. First winner on the 3rd position is Praveen Kumar Mishra. Praveen Kumar Mishra ji is a research scholar in Department of HRD, Veer Bahadur Singh, Purvanchal University, Jaunpur, Uttar Pradesh. Praveen Kumar ji, congratulations. The topic of his paper was Organizational Justice, Affecting Commitment, Mediation of Job Satisfaction. Praveen Kumar Mishra ji. Now, I move towards the 2nd awardee on the 3rd position. That is Miss Revati Hunswadkar. Miss Revati is a research scholar and assistant professor, Department of Management Studies, BK Birla College, Kalyan, Maharashtra. The topic of Revati ma'am's is a study on impact of digitalized creative accounting teaching methods in KTMC area. Congratulations, Miss Revati. Now we move towards the 2nd position. On the 2nd position, again, we have 2 awardees. The first person on the 2nd position is Shri Shubhamoy Chattopadhyay. Shri Chattopadhyay is state-aided college teacher in economics in Kabi Sukanta Mahavidyalay, West Bengal. And his topic was digital marketing and women's earning opportunity in the rural non-farm sector, a study of West Bengal. Congratulations, Shri Chattopadhyay, sir. And now, the 2nd person on the 2nd position is Dr. Mamta Bhushan. Dr. Mamta Bhushan is the Associate Professor of Department of Commerce, Kamla Nehru College, University of Delhi. And her topic was a study of service quality of life insurance industry in Delhi NCR. Congratulations, Dr. Mamta Bhushan. And now we come to the 1st position. The 1st position, again, there are 2 awardees. The first awardee on the 1st position is Dr. Chandrasekharan Parveen. Dr. Chandrasekharan Parveen is an independent researcher, and the topic of his study was Literary Fest during COVID-19, Campus Shutdown and Application of Design Thinking. Congratulations, Dr. Chandrasekharan Parveen. He's a very, very regular researcher and presenter. And the 2nd person on 1st position is Ms. Khushi Sharma. Khushi Sharma is a research scholar, Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida, and her topic was a study of factor affecting trainee reactions and satisfaction, an empirical study. Congratulations to all the winners, and it feels great when we see so many research scholars on this winners list. That means we have a great research future. Thank you so much, Professor S.S. Modi sir, Professor Anil Mehta sir, and Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi sir for choosing me to do these honors. I really feel privileged. Thank you so much. For the awards of 2nd day, that is 26th of February, I would request Captain Dr. Ravikant Modi to please take over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti ma'am, and congratulations to all the winners, all the Academic Excellence Award winners, and all the paper presenters for yesterday's session. And for today's session, I again starting from 3rd position. The first on 3rd position is Ms. Saruka Kalgutkar, Assistant Professor in Economics, Saraswat College, Goa, and the topic was Cashless Economy in India, Present Scenario. Congratulations to Ms. Saruka. And the second one on 3rd position is Edgar D'Souza, research scholar from Goa University, and the topic was factors driving the tourist choice of alcohol and drinkscapes, an exploratory study. Congratulations to both of you. Now moving on to second position. Again, there are two presenters. The first on second position is Shefali Mohali. Shefali Mohali, research scholar, Department of Psychology, Varanasi, and the topic was challenges faced by women at workplaces across the globe, a qualitative approach. Congratulations to Shefali. Congratulations. And the second one is on second position is Richa Gupta, research scholar, School of Commerce and Business Studies, Jivaji University, Gwalior. And the topic was future of EdTech startups in India. Congratulations to both of you. You will get the separate certificate of this. Now moving on to first position. The first position, the first first presenter is on first position is Nidhi Jain. Nidhi Jain, Junior Research Fellow, Department of Management Studies, Jain and Vas University, Jaipur. And the topic was work-life balance and job satisfaction among the working women in education sector. And the second one is on first position is Dr. Khushbu Niarta. Dr. Khushbu Niarta, Assistant Professor, Government Commerce College, Kota, Rajasthan. And the topic was the subconscious brand washing and overview. Congratulations to all of you. The presentations was really nice by all the presenters, but we have to choose, we have to choose someone between all of you. So congratulations to all of you once again. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sonali Singh Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, for delivering vote of thanks on behalf of Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management. Sonali Singh ji, please unmute.
Very good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management, Ambabadi, Jaipur, I, Sonali Singh Chauhan, Assistant Professor MESM, would like to take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to those who have directly and indirectly contributed to this 12th International Multidisciplinary Conference on Innovations, Achievements, and Challenges in Global Economy, Commerce and Management, Technology and Digital World 2022, organized by Maharishi Arvind Institute of Science and Management in collaboration with Inspira Research Association, Jaipur, Rajasthan. I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed delegates of the conference for their presence and contribution. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all. To start with, I would like to give my sincere thanks to the chief guest of day one, Professor Dr. Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Kota, Rajasthan, for gracing the event with her auspicious presence. I would also like to thank Chairperson of Day One, Pastor Argulis Dean, College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Help, System Delta, Philippines. Moving ahead, I extend a warm gratitude to the additional chairpersons of Day One, Beatriz Lusa, University Center, Brazil, and Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, Professor, School of Legal Studies, Banasthali University, and former Head Department of Business Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, for sparing their precious time and gracing the event with their words of wisdom. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the co-chairperson and keynote speakers of the Day One, Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, Rajasthan, Dr. Ekrol Berem, Associate Professor, School of Tourism and Hotel Management, University of Sinop, Turkey, and Justin Azy Wylock, Associate Professor, University of Technology, Poland. Moving ahead with Day Two, I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest and Chairperson of Day Two, Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain, Sir, Head Department of Commerce and Chairman of Studies, Dr. H.S. Gaur, Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. We are really enlightened with your knowledge and presence, sir. Thank you, sir, for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. A special thanks to additional chairpersons, Dr. Chai Ching Ten, School of Management, Ratan Kosin International College of Creative Entrepreneurship, Thailand, and Professor Dr. Mamta Jain, Professor and Convener, Board of Students, Board of Studies, Department of EFM, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. I extend a warm gratitude to our co-chairperson and keynote speaker for day 2, Dr. Aarti Chopra ma'am, Joint Secretary, Inspira Research Association and Principal, Bhavan's College of Communication and Management, Jaipur, and Dr. Jitesh Kumar, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Taylor's University, Malaysia, and Dr. Venkata Rao, Professor of Tourism Studies, School of Management, Pondicherry, Puducherry, for their words of wisdom. A special thanks to the organizing director, Professor Dr. S.S. Modi, sir, President, Inspira Research Association, former President, Indian Accounting Association, and former Head Department of ABST Commerce, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Ravikant, sir, General Secretary, Inspira Research Association, and Associate Professor and in charge, Faculty of Commerce, LBS PG College, Jaipur, for their unflinching support and coordination in making this conference a grand success. I also extend my sincere thanks to our patron, Dr. Bharat Parashar, sir, Director, Maharishi Arvind Group of Institution, Organizing Director, Dr. Rubina Sajid ma'am, Head Department of Commerce and Management, MESIM, Joint Organizing Director, Dr. Mayank Sharma, sir, Associate Professor, MESIM, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Vineet Pan, sir, Associate Professor, MESIM, Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Hemant Paliwal, sir, Professor, MESIM, and Dr. Shalini Saiwal, ma'am, Associate Professor, MESIM, and all the members of Organizing Committee for providing immense support to make this conference successful. Last but not the least, I congratulate all the winners as well as the participants for giving their wonderful paper presentations and for their active participation. Thank you everyone once again for making it a great success. With these warm words and a kind message, I move to the end of today's conference. Thank you so much. Hope to have such wonderful conferences like this in future also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Sonali Singh ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And now I would like to invite Professor Anil Mehta, Vice President, Inspira Research Association and Professor, School of Legal Studies, Banasthali University, for delivering vote of thanks on behalf of Inspira Research Association. Professor Mehta, please unmute, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Modi. Though Dr. Sonali has made my task quite easy by moving an extensive vote of thanks. However, it's my pious duty to move a vote of thanks on behalf of Inspira Research Association. During last 2 days, we all had very nutritious food for thoughts. Almost 80 papers, more than 80 papers have been presented during these 2 days. And a galaxy of academicians, chairperson, additional chairpersons, co-chairpersons, keynote speakers, they all have provided us immensely valuable inputs. So I deem it a pleasant duty to move a hearty vote of thanks to all those who have contributed in making this international conference a grand success. First of all, I am highly thankful to Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain, professor from Hari Narayan God Sagar University, for his very insightful address today. Of course, tourism has been covered at length but Professor Jain has given us another dimensions regarding innovations and challenges in agriculture sector. I'm thankful to additional chairperson, Dr. Chai Ching-ten, for his learned remarks. In fact, he is so active that he hardly misses any Inspira conferences and take active participation. I'm thankful to additional chairperson, Dr. Professor Mamta Jain, for her scholarly views. In fact, I know Dr. Mamta since last 2 decades, but it was for the first time I got the opportunity to listen to her. And I'm quite impressed the way she spoke on the marketing aspects also. Very, very special thanks to co-chairperson and keynote speaker, Dr. Aarti Chopra. In fact, I find Aarti's presentations so lively that it is very difficult, even for a minute, to deviate from her presentations. Very, very lively and informative. And today, she has touched a very new concept, that is blue ocean strategy. Of course, dear Aarti, your role was quite different, but you played that role extremely well. And we all know your academic caliber also. Thank you very much, Dr. Aarti. I am thankful to Dr. Vedla Venkatrao for his very interesting presentation on tourism. I am also thankful to yesterday's dignitaries, particularly our chief guest, Dr. Professor Nilima Singh, Vice Chancellor from Kota University, whose presence really inspired all of us. I'm thankful to our special dignitaries from abroad, particularly Posture from Philippines, Batros from Brazil, then Benium from Turkey, and Justin Wick from Poland for their valuable contributions and wonderful addresses. Very special thanks to Dr. Anukriti Sharma, Head of Department of Commerce in Kota University, for very interesting, very innovative, very informative presentation on tourism management. Anukriti has been having a very good international exposure, and she is not only Dean in Rajasthan ILD Skill University, but an expert in the field of tourism management. Thank you, Dr. Anukriti Sharma. I'm thankful to Dr. Bharat Parashar, Director MAHARISHI, who has very generously collaborated with Inspira Association. Dr. Parashar, we are looking forward for many more such collaborations. I'm grateful to the entire team from MAHARISHI, particularly Dr. Rubina Sajid, Dr. Shalini Saibal, Dr. Mayank Sharma, Dr. Vineet, Dr. Hemant Paliwal, and Dr. Sonali for your valuable contribution. I myself have been very closely associated with the MAHARISHI for several years, and I know many of you personally also. In fact, this young team is quite dedicated and devoted, and we are looking forward for more active participation in Inspira activities, and we are looking for more collaborations in future also. I will be failing in my duty if I don't express my heartfelt gratitude towards my fellow team who have worked really hard to make the entire event a grand success, particularly my young friend, rather he is a student, but I consider him as a young friend also, Dr. Captain Ravi Modi, without whose active involvement, participation, support, we cannot do anything. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Modi, for your very, very active and very, very strong involvement in Inspira activities as Secretary General of the Inspira Research Association. Dr. Aarti Chopra, all of you have seen how creative she is. What a wonderful orator she is. And I would like to reveal one more fact about Dr. Aarti, that she is a wonderful dancer also, all in one. Somebody was pointing out that she is a multi-skilled person. She is multi-skilled as well as the most talented person in the town, I would say. She does work for the TV serials also, modeling also, dancing also, oration, anchoring. And besides that, she is a very, very strong in academics also. Keep it up, Aarti. Thank you very much for your most valuable contribution towards Inspira Research Association. I am really thankful from the bottom of my heart to our patron, our president, Dr. Professor S.S. Modi, under whose leadership the entire Inspira team functions. In fact, it is only your leadership, your motivation, your inspiration that Inspira has progressed during last few years. And today, Inspira is a well-known organization, not only in the country, but outside also. Thank you. And we are expecting your blessings always to this wonderful organization. Last but not least, I am thankful to each every participant for their valued contribution in the form of contribution of very interesting, very important research papers, your valued presentation. Of course, there might be some scope for improvement, but I find that most of the participants are very young and you have really worked hard during your presentations. Keep it up. And I appeal all the participants that do keep participating in the activities of Inspira and other academic bodies. I congratulate all the participants. It was extremely difficult to select the best paper presentations or the Young Researcher Award. It was just a matter of chance that some of the participants have got because of the minor difference, but all are competent, all are quite able. And please do keep on trying, and congratulations to all the participants and award winners as well. So once again, on behalf of Inspira Research Association, on my personal behalf, I'm thankful to each and every participant, every dignitary for making this conference a grand success. It was a mega conference in which you have already seen that large number of participants, and particularly the dignitaries, were from abroad also. Once again, thank you very much. Over to Dr. Ravi Modi.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta, sir, for an excellent delivery of vote of thanks, sir. Thank you so much. You are always an inspiration to all of us. Thanks to team Maharishi ARVIND Institute, especially to Dr. Rubina and Dr. Shalini ma'am. Thanks to all the committee of Inspira Research Association. Thanks to all the participants once again. Congratulations to all the winners. And special thanks to Professor Chai Ching-ten, sir. He's still here, sir. We really, sir, gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much for always joining Inspira's events. Thank you so much, Professor Chai Ching-ten, sir, once again. Thanks to all of you. And I'm happy to, as a General Secretary, I'm happy to announce our forthcoming 7 days workshop on research methodology, technicalities of writing thesis and research paper, which will be done during March 21 to 27, 2022. And the detailed brochure will be sent soon. And this workshop would be a very, very knowledgeable and useful for all the faculty, research scholars, students, and academicians. And again, the opportunity to publish articles in peer-reviewed national and international journals and ISBN edited books would also be an additional advantage for the participants in this forthcoming 7 days workshop. You can give any topic, any article, any topic for the journal or ISBN edited books. And also we can announce some awards also. We will discuss with our committee. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. If any doubt, any clarity, you can contact me, you can WhatsApp me. Thank you so much to all of you once again. Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti ma'am, Professor Anil Mehta, Dr. Chai Ching Tan, Dr. Rubina ma'am,